Naja, das Gender-Thema ist noch nicht so durchgekommen. Naja.
Bei uns schon.
In Österreich.
Ich glaube, auf- und abdrehen tut man da unten. Das ist ein anderes. Ich glaube, auf der Seite. Genau. Jetzt geht's. Aber im Grunde können wir auch so reden.
Sehr gut.
Das ist immer die Rumspielerei. Ja, notfalls kann man auch Mikrofon teilen. Das ist ja laut.
Also das Mikro funktioniert schon mal. Das
Das Wichtigste. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to our session, despite the cold and rainy weather. And also the competition that we have, we really appreciate that. And I'm very happy that we can have this session in this sort of beautiful room. When I was here yesterday, I thought that our federal president inaugurates ministers here, but I think it's another room actually in this building. But I don't know, maybe somebody else knows it better. This session would discuss the Global Gateway. It's about green financing. And in general, we try to understand to what extent also Global Gateway, the EU's flagship program, can contribute to green financing on the one hand, on the other hand also to development. I don't know who knows about the Global Gateway. It has been announced in 2021, so 2 years ago. It's about 300 billion euros strong. It consists of a mix of different sort of money types or types of investments, and almost like 250 billion of those 300 billion are actually leveraged investments from the private sector, which are already dedicated. So a lot of the money that's announced by the Global Gateway is actually not fresh money. But what we try to understand in this panel is actually to what extent the Global Gateway can support development finance and how we can maybe do also better. I'm joined by 3 distinguished panelists, and I think I would just introduce them one after the other first, and just a short introduction, and then start right into it. On the left of mine, it's Ahmed Akhrari. You are leading the hydrogen work at Verbund, and I think it's also a quite new department, if I'm not mistaken. So you have a lot of experience there, and I think hydrogen is also a very important topic when it comes to development finance. Then next to you is Sabine Gaber. You are CEO of the Austrian Development Bank, and if we talk about green finance, if we talk about development financing, I think you're the perfect person to talk to. And then on my very left is Michael Kainz. You are generally also heading at the Federal Foreign Ministry, you're heading the Department for Connectivity and Innovation. And I think also this sort of foreign ministry perspective is very important for this panel. And I would love to start discussion to just ask you, Sabine. The Global Gateway program is the EU's new program, to some extent, to channel development finance into sustainable infrastructure in, for example, energy, health, education, but also other areas. Coming from the Austrian Development Bank, what do you think are the implications of the Global Gateway program for the financing activities at the Development Bank of Austria?
Thank you for the invitation of being here today. The Development Bank of Austria is the official development bank, and our mandate is to support private sector investments and financing in developing countries in the Global South. And originally, the European Union has not considered in the very important way mutual beneficial partnerships, and European Union was criticized a lot from the Global South that they have not cared for local jobs, for local income, to create also green jobs in the Global South. And now the European Union has integrated in the Global Gateway project also the spirit of development finance, creation of impact, and the mutual beneficial partnership approach. This is very important when you go to countries in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Latin America, or the Caribbean, because when I meet our partners there, you need really to know how the regulatory framework is in place, how the market is working, who are the companies where you can go ahead in relation to corruption and the rule of law. And therefore, also the European Union has also invited us, we are 15 development finance institutions in Europe, to participate to the Global Gateway flagship project financing. Because on the one hand, you have from Europe, Team Europe, and Team Europe is European Investment Bank and EBRD. They are doing both sides, large tickets, public and private finance. But do remember, European Investment Bank in the past, it is a very young institution when it comes to project finance in developing countries in the private sector, and EBRD is more focused in the EU neighborhood region. That's the reason why OEB and other 15, so altogether we have 15 development finance institutions, are also part of financing these EU flagship projects. And together we have a consolidated portfolio of 50 billion. So we are really having a lot of experience in these areas. What are we doing? I'm also part of an observer of the Global Gateway Business Advisory Group, and we started now to advise the European Commission how to mobilize private investments, how to mobilize private monies, and how to structure projects in a way that they are sustainable in the long run. And we have already one pipeline in the optic fiber network place, and we have really realized that it is very important to bring in the private sector knowledge. Then when it comes to risk, it is very important that you attract private investors in these difficult countries, that you do a kind of leveraging by blending financing with grant monies from the European Union, with own technical assistance monies, but also with guarantees under EFSD+. And these guarantees are very important to de-risk underlying risks that private investors are in the position to invest. And currently we have really a massive infrastructure investment and financing gap there. And that's the reason, and this is our job, to attract investments and to come together and to fill the gap, not only on the public side, but also on the private side.
Thank you so much for your perspectives, and I think you've touched upon a lot of important points, and I think we'll discuss them later. More importantly, equal partnerships. That's one topic, and the other thing is, of course, also investment risk. And if we talk about investment risks, it's of course important to have a private sector perspective. Hamid, like Verbund is, as I've mentioned at the beginning, you're currently developing your hydrogen portfolio, which also includes transport and production. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a part of the portfolio. And what we see when you look at a lot of papers, reports, and so on, a lot of feasible hydrogen production sites are actually not in the EU. You see countries such as Chile, which I mentioned, the MENA region in general, also African countries. So, which would be, of course, then outside of the EU, and then you could think about whether private sector could invest in those countries, which are often also developing countries. So my question to you would be, to what extent is Verbund interested in developing hydrogen projects in those areas? That's one thing. And the other thing is, of course, to what extent do you think could a program such as the Global Gateway help de-risk investments in these areas?
Thanks for the invitation. Beautiful place here. I've been in many similar places, but this is one of the top three, I would say. So when it comes to your question, as you rightly said, so what we are currently doing is developing the hydrogen business. So it means actually the larger scale of the hydrogen business. And probably I go one or two steps back just to get us all on the same page, because you could also say, okay, why don't we produce all the hydrogen here in Austria and then consume it and that's it? There are a couple of reasons for that, for why we need to import. One reason is we will have a very steep increase of the demand. So just to give you a very short glimpse, currently we have a demand of around 160,000 tons, just to have a figure, of gray hydrogen. And in 2030, it will be the same amount of green hydrogen. So this actually needs to be somehow replaced. A lot will happen via local production, but not all will be covered by local production, by far not. And then in 2035, we will have a demand of 600,000 tons. So, and this is where it becomes tricky, or starts to become tricky. And at the same time, we have a limited availability of green electricity here in Austria. So this is, let's say, that's two major reasons why we actually need to import. So if you want to import, and this is what we have analyzed, we were actually looking at a couple of routes, so 3 handful, 15, 16 routes, and also production areas worldwide. And we boiled it down to 3 and 4 along a certain set of criteria. And one criterion is proximity, of course, and connectivity. Proximity speaks for itself. Connectivity means, is there any kind of, let's say, infrastructure connection already existing that I could make use of, or can I reuse infrastructure? Because we are the strong opinion that for our part of Europe, it is going to be the best option to import hydrogen via pipelines. So if you have connecting lines already to different neighboring regions, that's a plus. Another point would be, do I have the possibility to produce hydrogen at low costs? Hydrogen and green electricity at low cost. That's the case, for example, in Norway. That's the case in the North Sea, in the Baltic Sea, even up to Finland. That's also the case in North Africa, like in Tunisia, like in Morocco, like in Algeria, Egypt, but also in the Middle East, for example, Saudi Arabia. Then the third criterion is what is it that you find as an environment? So do you have a serious environment? Is the route feasible? Are there enough players? Is the government willing to act as an exporter for green hydrogen? So, and if you put all these criteria together, you get to the selection of certain routes, and this is the reason why we came up to actually three routes: the northern route, the eastern route, which is currently on hold because of the war, Ukraine, and the southern route, which is then entailing all the areas like Middle East and North Africa. And here, you can imagine then that here financing is starting to play a big role. I mean, you have to finance everywhere. When talking upstream hydrogen investments, so we are the opinion that if we want to supply hydrogen on a long-term basis to our clients, we need to go upstream. We need to have our own produced volumes. So that means that we have to heavily invest into upstream facilities. And here we are talking about multi-billion investments. Just to give you an example, 200,000 tons in Saudi Arabia currently cost $8 to $9 billion. And that's just the production of green electricity, green hydrogen, no pipeline, nothing else. So we are talking about large investments, and these investments need to be de-risked to a certain extent. And I put the emphasis on certain extent because there is always a certain kind of business risk that we as a company have, and we cannot say that we don't want to have any entrepreneurial or business risk, but we are acting in areas that come with a different kind of risk profile than we are used to. So, for example, Tunisia has a different kind of risk profile than Norway or Germany. So, and this is something that actually needs to be taken care of. And we have different instruments that you can take, and Global Gateway could be one of these instruments, or one, let's say, platform. We just need to, and to come to your question, is that something that could be of use for us? We just need to better understand, and this is talking from the producer's point of view, better understand where are the benefits of Global Gateway. So who is benefiting? Is it the exporter, the exporting country, or is it just the country that you produce, so no export will be benefiting from that, or is it going to be both? In our view, the best would be if both parties can benefit from such a program like Global Gateway. This is one thing. And there we have found contradictory information. So for us, it still appears ambiguous. So probably we have to learn more about that program. And the other item is that it's always a question of what amount of money are we talking about. So when I'm talking about 8 or 9 billions of investment, you can imagine that 10 million or 20 million of support is something, but it's not playing a big role. And that's what matters.
Thank you so much for the perspectives and also giving the overview of the situation. I believe just having sort of business view is really crucial, and you've also touched upon an important crucial in terms of partnerships, also sharing the profit in a way. That's one part. And the other aspect, which I found also very important, is in terms of politics or geopolitics, to try to understand what the landscape is. Are these countries which you want to work with, are they feasible partners? Are they the wrong partners, the right partners? What is the reality, let's say, on the ground? And in that sense, I actually would like to go to Michael Kainz. You're just heading the department for sustainability, connectivity, and innovation. And if you look at the communiqué of the Global Gateway that the European Commission put out, the communication document clearly states multiple times that the Global Gateway program is also something that's linked to geopolitics, to just have a stance, to just strengthen the EU's geopolitical role globally. And my question to you would be, if you, in the light of, on the one hand, the financing need, on the other hand, this geopolitical aspect, to what extent do you believe can development finance or should development finance be used as a geopolitical tool?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. I think Global Gateway should be seen in a wider context. Basically, it is based on a pledge by G7 countries to improve infrastructure in a wider sense in the global south. And the Global Gateway is just the EU's contribution to this wider effort. From an internal point of view, it is part of the external action of the European Union, and the European Union's external action has been and is always based on values and standards. That's very important. And we should not forget that our values and our standards globally are under pressure. And in that sense, the geopolitical position of the European Union has to be strengthened. Our standards, our values, our policies mean human rights, social standards, gender equality, rule of law, good governance, partnership with recipient countries, and so on and so forth. And our Global Gateway projects are, contrary to others from other donors, they are fully in line with the SDGs. They are fully in line with the Paris Agreement. So the basic idea is to export or to support the European way of doing business, the European way of govern, the European way to treat people, and to uphold human rights, social and ecological standards. And by that, our aid is, it has often already been underlined, it is fit for the 21st century. We do not just invest to get out something. We invest in order to have partners. We are interested in a long-term relation, and we are interested in a future-proof relation, which means human rights, values, standards, SDGs, and so on and so forth. And in that sense, this Global Gateway serves also, if you may say so, the export of values and standards, but for the common good, and that's a big difference to other programs.
Thank you so much. I would also like to challenge your thoughts, but before I would say that, maybe you can already think about some question you want to ask, because I would now just try to have this different question, but afterwards I would just open the Q&A, and I would like to challenge your thought, because there's also been a lot of criticism for the Global Gateway from different players, stakeholders, scolders, that essentially that the Global Gateway program would actually reinforce some sort of almost colonial structures that have already existed before, and basically also create some sort of dependency of donor or countries that receive the receiving end of the funding from the EU. This is a criticism that has been ongoing, and that links back to partnerships, because we've talked about partnerships multiple times. Under the light of this criticism, how do you believe can we facilitate equal partnerships between, let's say, developing countries and the EU as a whole? How can this be done? Because personally, what I see is that too often it has fallen short.
Yeah, of that word, like neo-colonialism is of course not appropriate in this context. But if you look at the project, at the lists of projects, very often these projects, they are initiated by recipient countries. So they say, we need something, we want something. And the European Union answers by saying, okay, let's sit together, let's have a look. And then a project is developed. And the project's goal is to be of mutual benefit. That's the ideal solution. And I think this partnership approach is really something which is different to other donors, whatever. This is really central. I said already, the European Union's approach is always based, the whole external action of the European Union, it's not only Global Gateway, but also humanitarian aid, is always based and driven by values and standards. So we ask for example, good governance. We ask for the respect of the rule of law. We see to it that corruption is eliminated to the extent possible. Other donors, if I may say so, they do not care about this. And this approach is really a unique feature of the EU's external action. And this is clearly something which I would definitely call partnership. We want to help and not to profit. If both sides profit, fine. But the primary objective is not to profit ourselves. It's a win-win approach.
I think, so I can completely confirm that. Or coming from a different kind of perspective, what you are saying is that you are actually, from my point of view, creating a healthy environment for us also. If we go somewhere and start to invest, so where do you invest? You start to invest in investment-friendly environments. And if you have the impression that none of these basics is given there, then of course you start to think about these investments twice. And that's what I think where you are hitting a very good point, that such programs, of course, can help us to find the right environment. And to come to your remark a couple of minutes ago, our experience is when we talk to potential or to the representatives of potential production countries, this matter is, let's say, the on top of the agenda. So the first question is, if it doesn't come from them, it comes from us. So what is it that you leave here, apart from royalties? Royalties, also Shell in Nigeria leaves royalties, but I think that's something that needs to be discussed from the very beginning.
But when it comes to the technical or financial side, it's quite clear that you really create long-lasting impact, because as development banks, you have the duty to measure your results. For example, OEB, we are using the development effectiveness rating tool, and there we have really the approach that we have to measure all also created decent jobs, direct jobs, indirect jobs, local income, tax income, everything. And then you can always say this is too complicated, but by the end you have the proven evidence that you create impact in the partner country in the Global South. This is the one message. The second message, we have a strategy from the Ministry of Finance where we have clear KPIs and indicators how much volume we have to finance in the Global South and Sub-Saharan Africa in least developed countries. And this is what, when it comes to the private sector financing, very concretely. On the other hand, you have on the public side, when you go in a country in Africa, you need to have multilateral development banks with local offices there. They're really taking the local government on the hand, and they have to accompany and they have to support the local government in implementing our standards, not only the rule of law, not only gender, not only democratic values, but also when it comes to very concrete how you can really offtake energy on the basis of which kind of contracts, how do you consider inflation, how do you consider technically things that private investors are ready to go there. Currently we see that they are fleeing from developing countries due to the very complex situation and to the geopolitical fragmentation. And yes, and we need millions, billions of dollars. And we have also FX risks, depreciation risk, and everything is now in place. Therefore, I fully agree that it is not only a European partnership. Global Gateway is connected to G7. With G7, we have on board also US TFC, we have on board FinDev Canada, we have on board GBIC, we have on board all the democratic other institutions of G7, and they have huge monies in their pockets, and we have to align not only to join forces, to join values, but also to join monies. And we need not only to have the development institutions in place and the multilateral development banks and the export credit agency, we need to attract huge monies from the private sector, from private insurance companies, from private huge whatever. And in this case, it is very important to have de-risking instruments in place and to create also, for example, we are now in touch with DCX to decrease the FX risk in Africa, because currently the hedging costs are too high, they are too expensive. And that's the reason that the development banks are also in the advisory group, because it's very important to create structures where all this political thinking can be done, and and where the projects can be realized in a way that we can go ahead and that we can attract huge monies, billions. And one slogan of the Touch Development Bank is from millions to billions to trillions, and I think this is really the way what we should have in mind. It's very costly and we need huge monies. Yeah.
Thank you so much for these different perspectives, very valuable, at least for me. Do we have any questions in the audience? I think I see a hand here. No, I give you the hand first because he was first in the previous panel.
Yes, good morning. My name is Elizabeth. I work for the United Nations Environment Program, and I worked before in multilateral development banks, so the discussion is really interesting to me. I'm going to be so greedy as to ask 2 questions, but if that's all right, then you don't have to answer them. My first question is to Ms. Gaber. I was wondering, you spoke about partnerships and how you are one of 15 institutions who are led into the resources of the Global Gateway. And you spoke about, partnerships that should also work for developing countries in the Global South. Are any of these 15 countries, do they have access, among those 15 entities, are any of those like the African Development Bank, or are they national development banks, and do they have, for instance, access to that funding? Because I think that might be something that they would, want to advocate for, right, in the spirit of partnerships. And my second question is to everyone, but perhaps you have a particular perspective on this. When you reflected on the volumes here, and when you asked the bold question to what extent development finance is a geopolitical tool, it occurred to me that whenever you read about these narratives, the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative or the US responses to that, it's always about those 2 players, and the volumes of the EU funding seem quite sizable. So I wonder, is this because they're not as sizable as I think they are? Is it because they're split between EU monies and the rest of the country's monies, or is it because just in media terms it doesn't fit this narrative? That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
With regards to the first question, yes, we have access to the monies. We have just approached for EFSD Plus guarantee. We have received the guarantee, and we are now financing the underlying project in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we have also 50 billion in place for the 15 development banks to mobilize more EFSD Plus guarantees, and we have access. That's the first thing. From the grant money side, the European Union will come back next year with huge monies also to have first loss tranches to bring in and to attract attractors and to leverage financing. And limited pockets on the European Union side, you are completely right. Currently, the European Union is really focusing on certain digital and transport corridor projects. It is mutual beneficial, but we are here really under pressure due to the war with the Ukraine. So we need to have priorities and to set priorities. But in my opinion, in the medium and long run, G7 must really join forces. Otherwise, we cannot keep and hold our democratic values. We cannot manage the green transition at all. And we need, for example, what is our position with regards to US and to the others? I think we have a very good player when it comes to innovation and technology. We have many hidden champions here. And when I follow all the projects in the pipeline, Europe has a lot to give, and I think this could be a good alignment of interests to keep the rule of law. And in short term, it's more focused on priority projects of the European Union, connecting Greece with Egypt, and so on. But in the medium and long run, all the democratic institutions come hugely under pressure, and they will then join forces, for sure.
Does somebody else want to respond to that question? Or shaking heads? Cyril.
Thank you for the really interesting panel, and also thank you for the great question. It goes in the same direction. My name is Cyril, and I'm joining the World Bank actually very soon, and that's why this development bank conversation is very interesting to me. You know, we hear about the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and then the European Investment Bank. Now we hear about the Global Gateway Program with the national development banks. There's competition. There's competition to finance different projects. There's competition to choose the partners. And my question, specifically from an Austrian perspective, Austria funds the Austrian Development Bank. It funds the World Bank. Is there a conflict of interest? Is there a conflict of interest between the World Bank, which is largely led by US interests, and is there a conflict of interest with the Global Gateway Program?
First of all, this is a misunderstanding. We are funding ourselves on the capital market, so we are not. We don't get monies from the taxpayers. We go to the capital market, refinance ourselves, and on-lend the monies. But we receive a guarantee from the Ministry of Finance, and we have to pay for the guarantee quite a high premium, to be honest. And so we are on the safe side when it comes to defaults, that we have really a self-surviving circle project flow, money flow. And when it comes to the international financial institutions, there we pay a lot of money to all these different IFIs for larger projects, for politically projects, because there are so many different nations are in the back as stakeholders. And there it comes more politically, because in some of these IFIs, not only European or Western nations are stakeholders, but also China or others. Therefore, you can't go not like under the Global Gateway. It's a pure European interest, a pure European strategy. When it comes to IFIs like World Bank and the private sector arm, IFC, Asian Development Bank or Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, this is quite more politically, because then the stakeholders say, what is the strategy? How much volume must flow in this and this region? And when it comes to the World Bank, there has been a huge criticism, because where is the net zero transition pathway there? What is their green agenda? how do they support green transmission, and what kind of technology is in place, and what happens if the technology is developed and after 3-4 decades it is driving against the wall again. So this is highly political, and we are not in competition because unfortunately we don't get such huge monies in the pockets. I really would promote the Development Bank of Austria and support more in the direction of Austrian and European interests, but it is like it is, and in Austria you have more a focus on the huge IFIs, World Bank and so on, because by the end they join forces, they join monies, and they can really create an impact from millions, billions to trillions. That's the reason that we have a focused strategy and that we are supporting also projects in the interest of Europe and Austria.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Michael.
Competition.
Maybe use the mic.
You mentioned competition between the financial institutions. I mean, we are just 1 month ahead of COP28. We know already now that the negotiations there will be difficult and that money plays an essential role. The world is in a crisis. The needs are huge. So the more of these institutions we have, the better it is. And I think we need huge amounts of money, huge investments, and I fear this time we have to get it right. So here comes again Global Gateway into play, because we have only one chance. We must get it right this time, and we will only get it right if we invest based on standards and values. If we see to it that this is well done, and without rule of law, SDGs, Paris Agreement, and so on and so forth, we will not get it right. We will not make investments which are future-proof, fit for the 21st century. That's the point. And here I think Global Gateway has an important role to play.
Thank you very much. There was a question here.
Thank you for the panel. My name is Bu Jara. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ibris. It's a private company based in Senegal, working on solar irrigation for smallholder farmers. And my question is, what's the place of private companies in the recipient countries in the Global Gateway? Because at the end, those are the companies that are creating jobs for the long term and creating high impact for those populations. So what's the place for those companies in the Global Gateway? Because it's hard for them to access to finance most of the time, and that's the question I have for this.
Yeah, in the Global Gateway Group, there are 60 CEOs of large institutions, but not only of large institutions. There are also CEOs of four CEOs of institutions who are representing small and medium-sized companies and microfinance institutions or micro institutions. And they have especially the task to bring in financing solutions that also smaller and medium-sized companies in the global south, that they have access to monies, because this is very important that they come back to the entrepreneurship after all these crises, due to the fact that the small and medium-sized sector and companies, they care for 80 up to 90% of local jobs. And therefore it is very important that they get access to formal monies and to formal services, banking services, not only financing, also saving, insurance. And from OEB side, this is our core mandate. And how is our approach? We can't finance directly each and every little company. We go via funds or local financial intermediaries and support all the local institutions that they can on-lend also different kinds of financing products to smaller institutions and to medium-sized and micro companies. That's our approach. And this we have done quite successfully also in the range of the 15 development institutions in Europe. I think most of the business is done there from us.
Hello. Thank you for the panel as well. My question is aimed towards education training of the workforce that will be necessary to build all this infrastructure. You mentioned 8 billion going into a 200,000 ton hydrogen production plant. So we need way more than that. So there will be a lot of money flowing into infrastructure, but someone has to build it. Currently, we are working in the World Energy Council YEP program on an energy education project where we are aiming towards Austrian like youth to understand the crucial, like how crucial the energy transition is in terms of climate change and why it's better to search for a job there than glue yourself to the street somewhere. So that's small. And the question is now, how would you aim a training program or education program towards people in the global south, because you have to have probably different approaches there, and most of the infrastructure, or like a big part of the infrastructure, will be built there. So how would we have to shape the education program to address those like other audiences?
So probably, if I may, so first of all, that's a very good idea to educate as many people, young people as possible, to go into hydrogen, because we are lacking people. So we means the hydrogen economy is lacking people, since it is a young industry and not like oil industry for decades existing. So this is one side. This is what is happening here, and when we are talking to the as I say, representatives of the countries then in where we want to produce, we realize there are a lot of very highly qualified people who are looking for opportunities. That's one of the major headaches that are existing there, the way we see it, because what is very often happening is that the highly qualified people just go somewhere. They go to Europe, they go to the US, they just go somewhere where they get good money for their qualification, because there is no proper profile in terms of jobs for them existing. And from my point of view, what we all are talking about, what we can do is really to provide them with a possibility, with the grounds to stay there, but also to pay into the overall build up of a hydrogen economy, which also happens there. When we build up the hydrogen economy there, it does not mean that everything goes into Europe. A lot has to remain there. And inter alia, it would also be education and also, let's say, training people to make sure that the business is running.
Somebody else?
Yes, when it comes to OEB, we provide technical assistance monies for a project accompanying training measurements, and it depends clearly on each and every project what kind of knowledge is needed. And it depends on the technology, and it depends what is the need of a local company. And what we are doing is we are paying then the concrete consultant for the job of doing the training measurement locally, because you need to speak the language. You need to know what is the exact level of education, how developed is the company where you are providing financing, and it's very different. This is on the one hand. On the other hand, there is the Global Gateway project with the 300 billion, and there next year also huge technical assistance. Money will come up also for training measurements and for research, for education and for health. And here, I think it's a little bit too early because there are formed 5 project groups. I'm in the energy and climate group with regards to the business advisory group for the European Commission. But hopefully next year I know a little bit more about how you or other companies can approach as well such programs of the European Union, or if it is only linked to financing for EBRD, DFIs and so on. But keep in touch.
Thank you. Is there any other question from the audience? Otherwise, I can ask an audience question because I'm suddenly in the audience. One thing that you mentioned multiple times is also the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. And I think we've seen the news reports a few weeks back that they have also credit issues, or that some countries are now in debt and so on. They also have issues. And my question to you would be, what do you think is the Global Gateway doing better than the Belt and Road Initiative? And are there any things that the EU in general or the Global Gateway could actually learn from the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative?
The answer at the Global Gateway Forum was we have to be stronger in the way how we come back to the markets, and we can't come not only with finance and development. We have really to integrate a lot of technology and digitalization and know-how. This is something what we can offer there. And what we can also do is that we can show from the past that the projects what we create there, they are sustainable in terms of impact, law of rule, and also human rights. Yeah? Because we have met from the 15 DFIs, the High Commissioner on Human Rights in Geneva on Monday, and there is a huge need to keep our democratic values and to care for human rights. And this is something what the people in the medium and long run more and more understand when they cooperate with the Chinese. They often come in the country, they build up things, and then they leave. Many of them stay there. But in terms of quality, they often come back to Europe or US or other advanced economies when the project is failing. And this is always the case, not only values, but also technology, and to keep the project running. And now, on top, sustainable, green and just transition is very important for developing countries.
But personally, this also links back to some also institutions, local institutions in some of these sort of countries which are on the receiving end. And Hamid, you also talked about this, also about this political landscape, which is really crucial when you also would like to invest in certain countries. But from a private sector point of view, what can you do about these things, about these issues? Can you somehow help alleviate these issues, or is it just somehow when you see a country is not feasible, there's basically nothing you can do? Are there any things you can do as a private sector representative to support the development of institutions maybe even, or to sort of navigate through these challenges?
Yes, but it takes a while. I mean, the nature of our business, this is rather something that takes a lot of time, and also you actually cannot do it alone. So when you talk private sector, I find it very difficult that a company or a group of companies goes somewhere and tries to make sure that all the basis is there, that they can accommodate into that. I think that's difficult, and for that reason, from our point of view, and the way we have to build up our business, it is very crucial that we have the public sector at our side. And that means really from the early beginning until we launch the boat, so to say. That means that in fact, choosing regions is one thing, but also making sure that to speak to the right people and also speak to the right institutions, have the right set of rules, and money comes later. And that you have the common understanding about what you are wanting to do, because what you are building up or wanting to build up is a long-term business. And long-term means you have to build up trust. And for that, you need the public sector. Means it takes a while, and you cannot do it alone. And the public sector there is highly important. And this is what we realize wherever we go. You will never find a company alone talking to a government or to an association or to stakeholders in a country. It's always a company backed by a government.
Thank you. Any other perspectives on that?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I run the risk to repeat myself.
Yeah.
As I said, what is the special feature of the G7 as a whole, but also a special feature of Global Gateway, is the clear idea we want to be future-proof, fit for the future. And for this, in order to avoid problems, which you have just mentioned, we are basing our actions and our programs on values and standards. That's very important, because these values and standards give us the guarantee that projects are viable. And from the beginning on, we look into the economic viability of a project. Are they stoned? So that's a special feature of Global Gateway, and that makes it so important.
Thank you so much. Is there any other audience question? Just raise your hand. But if not, there's another audience question from my side. Generally speaking, linking back also to the basic structure of the Global Gateway, which we touched upon at the very beginning, at the end of the day, it's very much also about development finance, which is quite evident. If you just focus now, of course, on the development finance, and you've mentioned it multiple times, of course, that the Global Gateway builds on values and so on. But previously, this was also communicated that development finance needs to be based on European values, and that's rightly so, and that's good. But what is then the difference that the Global Gateway will actually produce? Because we've seen it already previously, that development finance was, the goal was basically to also just get the values of the European Union to, let's say, partner countries, to establish this sort of norm system. This has been happening already. So what's the new thing about the Global Gateway? Is it just a marketing gag at the end of the day? Or what's the biggest structural change that Global Gateway can produce compared to what has already been done at this point until now?
I think it is the implementation of ESG high-level standards, because in the past we did a lot of sometimes greenwashing or sustainable washing, and now there are clear rules with the EU taxonomy, and it is really a rule of law now, the green transition. And when you compare us with US or the others, we are the most toughest front runners when it comes to regulation. This is sometimes for the private investors very ugly, difficult, expensive, but if you wish to see the positive things, we will be then the first on the planet who have all these rules in place to manage the green transition, by the way, and that there are not only words. So, for example, if you discuss with the others, they say, oh, Mrs. Gaber, we will have new technologies, we'll have all these, these things, what we are discussing, I think, over the past decades. But what the people do not understand is that the time is running, and in between we have to help ourselves with the technologies what we have already in the place, and within this framework we have to do our best to make the green transition until we have new technologies in place. And I think this is something where the European Union is really having the flagship, and when comparing with World Bank has a huge role when it comes to regulatory framework and when it comes to help the governments that the private sector and the development banks from Europe can come in. But in comparison, European Union to US institutions, development institutions, I think there's a lot of pressure from the European Union itself that European Investment Bank, EBRD, and all the European EDFIs must be very tough and must really go ahead with the EU taxonomy and all the rules. And sometimes we also see that low and middle income countries and least developed countries, they need to have more time that they can transform. And even myself, I often discuss with the European Commission, we need to have a little bit more time for them. We need to have also time for very difficult industries because otherwise we cannot be fit for the future. And it must be a combination of social, ecological and economical things that we have a new ecosystem. And I think the new ecosystem is the way in the future how Europe can really be successful.
Thank you.
Maybe a remark, an overall or general remark. I mean, from a hydrogen perspective, looking at what is currently available in Europe, Global Gateway is one of many programs, and I'm really happy about Global Gateway that it exists. However, or at the same time, it's one of many programs, and in fact, it's good news because for us, we realized that now it's starting to emerge. The rules are starting to emerge. To some extent, EU tends to over-regulate, from my point of view. So I have nothing against regulation, as long as regulation is simple. And that's the reason why I said Global Gateway to us appears sometimes ambiguous. And it's not some secondary literature that we are looking at or Googling it. So we are in concrete talks to people that sometimes give us different questions on the same, different answers on the same question. This is something that still requires some polishing or fine-tuning from my point of view. The good news is there are also other programs existing, and from our point of view, one of the major instruments that will help us accomplish our targets are state guarantees. As I said, acting in areas where you have a higher risk profile or higher risks that requires state guarantees cost no money. So from our point of view, support or let's say investment or funding support does not always necessarily have to cost a lot of money. It's just a question of which instrument do I choose.
Yes, and I think OEB has a good system because we are also bringing in the commercial sector when refinancing our business, and then on the top you have the guarantee of the Ministry of Finance, and this is a quite good system on the one hand. And secondly, I fully agree, when it comes to new regulations and new strategies, they must be balanced, because otherwise they fail. No? And I think it's the same with the regulation. Currently, simplification is really a need.
Thank you. I have a question here.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned earlier on the millions to billions and then trillions, and it's widely acknowledged that for the SDG agenda and the Paris Agreement that will be required, and that development finance institutions have a role. And you mentioned some tools like state guarantees already, how you bring private sector to the fore. But I have a feeling that we're not quite there yet, and I'm wondering whether there's anything that you wish were in place or that you would like announced at the COP or at another forum that would capacitate you more to bring the millions to billions at least. Thank you.
We all know that there is a huge financing gap, and if we bring together and join forces, it is still not enough. But we have to set priorities, and we need to invest huge monies in development and research, in technologies and innovation, digitalization, to create also more efficiency. And secondly, in local markets, we have also to build up local capital markets and local systems that they are not relying only on the advanced economies, because this brings the other risk of FX risk, yeah? And so you need also to build up local currencies that they can build up their own financing structure in the country. And this is something what is really a need.
Yes, you asked the question.
Can you use the mic, yeah?
Oh, sorry. You asked, why should it be different this time? The answer is very simple, because the times are different. We have actually a sense of crisis, of global crisis. This makes sure that we know that we have to get it right this time. That's the reason why the European Union has put in place a system of rules, standards, and controls. That's the first point. And the second point is, we have already talked about it, we are under pressure. There is competition. And this competition will make sure that this time we will act differently and better. That's my perspective.
Thank you so much also for coming back to the previous question, but it's very relevant what you've said. One thing, I've been told that we are, is it fine if I just ask another question? Okay, so there's another question here, maybe as a final question.
Yeah, thank you for this panel, very interesting. I'm the regional director from Andritz for Africa in the market management of hydropower. There are a lot of hydropower plants in development down in Africa, sub-Saharan region specifically. They are lacking financing. That is public-private projects, you name it, out in the amount of 20 big plants, which they do have a significant power output in the range of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 megawatt. So solar is fine, wind is fine. We need everything to really develop those countries. The global gateway concept. So talking about Africa, I'm down there as often I can. Are there significant plans from the European Union to really step into that and develop or is there a certain budget set aside taking the risk to develop hydropower in sub-Saharan regions? I do understand that by that, I would say we have to be a little bit careful to export our standards. I think that Africa or many countries, they have good work had been done. You just need to amplify it. There is a huge amount of significant knowledge in that field because they have already plants. Just remembering that we, in the 60s, 70s, Austria, we built the first huge power plants there in Africa. So we are refurbishing them, we are modernizing them, we go on with that. But we are lacking a little bit on the greenfield projects. We are lacking financing, so that would be your take on that.
Yeah, coming back to the pipeline, flagship pipeline 2023, I have seen more solar power plants in Africa combined with electrolyzers when it comes to Morocco and Namibia. And when it comes to the south, I have seen in least developed countries the rehabilitation of existing hydropower plants, but only little projects, to be honest. When it comes to larger projects, this is more in Latin America, where there are huge water resources, Georgia and so on. They're still very interested in hydropower. When it comes to the pipeline for 2024, I'm eager and I see what we can do and if we can finance there more. There are more, but the thing is that the photovoltaic connection to this electrolyzation and to the green hydrogen now is more the topic within this program, I think so. To be honest, this is when I see the pipeline, it's more focused on solar power plants. Yeah.
Does somebody else want to respond to that? Because otherwise, we are a little bit over time. Thank you so much for your patience. Also, thank you for the panel. Personally, I've learned a lot. You gave me a lot of insights, which I just previously didn't have. So thank you very much for joining us. Also for the audience, thank you very much for coming to this beautiful hall. I hope you can enjoy the rest of the event. And yeah, thank you very much, everybody. A big applause.
to start this session on AI Global, on advancing green industrialization through frontier technologies. This is a very distinguished panel. Thank you for coming. And then for those who are connected online, so please stay tuned. We will have a great discussion today. So we have our Deputy to the Director General, Mr. Si-Jong Soo, with us, who will provide welcome remarks. And as the panelists, so we have Mr. Reinhard Scholl, Deputy Director of ITU and Director of AI for Good, with whom we've been collaborating over the last years. ITU is the International Telecommunication Unit. We also have Ms. Vicky Zhang, Vice President, Corporate Communications Department, Huawei Technologies. We have Kasia Bula, Scientific Director of the BRB, Center for Virtual Reality and Visualization Research here in Vienna, Austria. And then we have Marian Laban, who is a young professional, a software developer and expert on automation and robotic system from Siemens, Austria. So welcome everybody. So today we will discuss on innovative technologies, sustainability, and the policy and regulations. All this related with artificial intelligence. And then we will also discuss how a platform like AI in Global, this is the Global Alliance on Industry and Manufacturing, supported and set up by UNIDO, can really be a place to discuss, a place to exchange ideas, a place to support policy design, and also to support private sector, in particular small and medium enterprises in developing countries and in least developed countries as well. So let me introduce our Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of Sustainable Technical Cooperation Directorate, Mr. Si-Jong Soo, who will provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Marco. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to join this session. To be honest, I think I was excited about the subject for some time already, because I believe that for the entire humanity, in the digital era, we have to make a full use of the greatness of these technologies for good. But there are obviously some other side of the story. We need to be careful. We need to work together to mitigate the negative impact. Before start, I just want to draw your attention to two pieces of information contained in the edition of Financial Times dated on 2nd of November. One is that 28 countries that agreed on this cooperation to regulate AI application. This is the very first time, on voluntary basis, of course. Secondly, there was a piece of information on the Panama Canal. On what? On the worst drought hit the canal, over a century. That the first time that the administration has to slash the number of these ships that passing through the canal, which counts for just not big 3% of global trade. But this definitely will have some implications on many sides of the world. But this is another evidence of climate change, the impact of climate change. With all two pieces of information, then I was wondering, then how that we should get these two connected, the two connected. This is actually, I think, the theme of this session, using the technology, digital technology and AI, really to support, to contribute to the global effort on addressing climate change. we need action from this particular sector. I think we now have this always called a twin transformation or transition, yeah, green and digital. Now these two need to go hand in hand. So now for us, of course, for UNIDO, we are keen that to be part of this process, in particular, to work together with, say, partners from private sector, from government, and from also UN family, like ITU. I think now, today we have a very preliminary, this kind of panel. I think we hope that we will get their insight and their thoughts on how these two could work together to address the challenges faced by global community. So, and how that UNIDO then could really that support them, then also then in return to help ourselves to really to play the due role in this kind of global efforts on delivering the SDGs. So now we are not on track, say, for many SDGs. So digital and the AI technology definitely could be an enabler or accelerator or catalyst role to help us to expedite the process. So with all this in mind, I hope that our audience, including myself, could get some insight from this preliminary kind of esteemed panel. Thank you. Floor back to you, Marco.
Thank you, Mr. Su, for very enlightening introduction to this difficult topic. And before I forgot to introduce myself. So my name is Marco Camilla. So I'm the outgoing Chief of Digital Transformation and AI Strategies Division, and I'm the incoming UNIDO representative in Jakarta, Indonesia. So I will be in chair of Indonesia and ASEAN affairs very soon. And we will take this topic to the south, and to discuss and strengthen our collaboration with countries away from headquarters. So great. I will start with the first warming question to our panelists. And because one of the main challenges that we have is that how we are going to get energy demand to apply AI, and how we can balance the progress, the efficiency that we get with AI in terms of climate change. So this is a big question. We don't have an answer yet. But this is something that every day we are discussing at UNIDO, and I think in your places as well, countries, companies, private sector. This is one of the main questions. But let's see. So the question is, as we stand at the edge of a transformative era with AI redefining industry and manufacturing, we need urgent climate action. So what do you see as the single most exciting opportunity that AI presents in your field of work? So we will start with Miss Vicky Sam from Huawei Technologies. Please, Vicky.
Thank you, Marco. It's very difficult to tell the very single opportunity on AI. Actually, we think we are now at the inflection point of the industry digital transformation to intelligent transformation. With the recent breakthrough of the foundational models, for example, the ChatGPT, I can tell you the data that after the ChatGPT launched last year, and within 3 months, there were 79 AI models, new AI models were launched in China. So there's, after ChatGPT, there's a booming of the AI models and applications. And among them, most of them are the general models, but they're also industry models. More and more industry integrate AI into their digital transformation solutions. Yeah. And Huawei, our AI strategy is we focus on the industry. Our AI strategy is AI for industry and AI for science. So we align with this strategy. We provide our also our models called Pangu with the 3-layer models. The basic one, the level 0, there's 5 basic models. That's including the nature language model, also the CV model, that's including the visual recognition, yeah, including the image and the video. And also that's the multi-model, models that can merge the language and the CVs. And also we have the science computing models and also the forecast models. These are some general models to serve all the industry models. And among that, basics on that, the level 1 will be the industry models. And we already work closely with many industries, and we launched 8 to 9 industry models already. That's including for government, finance, mining industry, the vehicle, and the weather, medicine, etc. Yeah, and also above that there are also the scenario models in each specific industry. For example, take the mining industry as an example. Yeah, we work together. We set up the joint labs with the mining company of China. You know, the mining industry might be one of the most traditional industry on the earth, and they're facing a lot of challenging on the security challenging and also the carbon emissions challenge. So the smart mining solutions will help the mining industry to, more safer and more smart. And with the technology, for example, we talk about the climate change and energy. With the technology, it will enable the underground equipment to remotely inspection. Yeah, before the traditional way, the workers need to underground to inspect every day and several times maybe. And now it's only need once a week for the workers to do that. Other times can be done by AI. And also AI take a significant role in the risk prediction. Yeah, you know, if there's any risk happen, there are signals, the AI will alert, and it will make the the workers and the minings more safer. And all these solutions make a huge improvement to the working experience or working environment of the workers. And more well-educated young people are willing to join this industry nowadays. So that's a change on the industry, just an example. So as a conclusion, I think if we talk about the most single opportunity, I do believe the industry foundation models will be a big opportunity for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. I see Huawei keeps you very busy. So Reinhard, from ITU, our UN sister agency, how do you see this is the single most important challenge on AI?
Thank you, Marco. Let me first introduce ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, because maybe not everyone knows about it. So we are the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies. We do standards, we allocate frequencies to all the services that make use of electromagnetic waves, and we assist developing countries in setting up their information and communication infrastructure. We're also the organizer of AI for Good. And we started in 2017 with an annual, what we call AI for Good Global Summit. When COVID came, we had to reinvent ourselves like everyone else, and we turned AI for Good into an online platform. So it is today a content, a event, and a networking platform. We have a webinar basically every day on AI. These are very in-depth talks, technical talks, many by university professors or by industry researchers. If I could maybe just have a show of hands, who has heard of AI for Good? A few, okay, good, all right, thank you. Okay, so we also run various, we have technical groups and quite a number. We do in collaboration with UN agencies. So we have technical groups on AI. For example, one was that we started 5 years ago with WHO, the World Health Organization, that is on AI and health. And the idea is to develop a benchmarking framework for AI solutions. How can you assess whether an app tells you that you have skin cancer? Why would you trust it? So I'm coming to your question, and I think the most exciting thing that happened in AI in the last few years, it is the large language models, but I think I would say maybe equally impressive or maybe even more, but maybe hard to compare. But the most amazing for me success of AI was in the science field, and it's the protein folding problem. So I can talk a lot about it, but I'll try to keep it a bit short. So the idea is, you have the proteins consist of a number of amino acids, and then they fold into a 3D structure. And it's been really, really hard to figure out the 3D structure of a protein. But what you want is, you need to know the 3D structure, because from the 3D structure, you can then figure out the function of the protein. And so far, it takes about like one PhD student, if she or he is lucky, to figure out the 3D structure of a protein. But what DeepMind did, Google DeepMind did, they came up with a machine learning-based solution that is able to predict proteins, the 3D structure of proteins, and it's pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's really pretty good. And so I think this is worth a Nobel Prize. I always say this is worth 5 Nobel Prizes, what DeepMind did here. So they were able not only to predict the proteins of all human beings, and maybe there are like 20,000 or so around, but also like all known proteins, like animal, plants, fungi, like I think over 200 million proteins. They were able to, or they are predicting the 3D structure. So this is just amazingly impressive. But then what they also did is they made all this work publicly available. They're working with the, what's it called, in Heidelberg, I forget now what it's called. So they make this all available, and this is having a huge impact, maybe not known to the people on the street, but it's going to have a huge impact, because like thousands and thousands of scientists are using that, especially in the pharmaceutical industry, and trying to figure out, design new medications. So we are, I think this is wow, this is amazing. And so this is one of the areas that ITU is working on, AI for Health, together with WHO. We also have groups on AI for natural disaster management, where we work together with UNEP and the Environment Program and the Weather People, the World Meteorological Organizations. We also have a technical working group on AI and digital agriculture that we work together with FAO. And I guess we'll come later to that. We also have a series with UNIDO on manufacturing industry.
Thank you, Reinhard. So, no, this is a very important area, and actually the UN Secretary General Guterres is supporting open source, open data. But this is something still, we don't know exactly how to do it, but we have to move in that direction. There is also the Tech Envoy on technologies from the UN, and we are working closely with New York in order to make this possible. So next we have Kasia Buller. We visited early this year the Center for Virtual Reality and Visualization Research in Austria, very close to Vienna International Center, and that was very impressive research that you're doing. But can you tell us what is the single opportunity, the most important in terms of AI?
So it's quite hard to add something on that. 2 things I had also on my list, actually. So I can give 2 answers, probably one from an industrial point of view, because this is not only an academic, we are not an academic research center, we are a translational research center, so we are transferring knowledge from science to industry. So we are trying really to fill the gap between the 2 sectors. And so I would say, and from a sustainability point of view, the most important development is that we can now optimize much faster and much more, making manufacturing with all the sensors or the data the industry has. We can make it more sustainable. We can make it more efficient, more faster. We can reduce by quality assurance. We can reduce wrong production or damaged production, whatever. And on the other hand, talking as a scientist, and that was already mentioned through the protein folding example, all the generative models which are around now, which open an opportunity especially for manufacturing, to produce individualized designs really tailored to specific applications, which I think also avoid that things are produced which are not of so good use and not of so well tailored. I mean, there is one big example, it's clothes. Yeah, so clothing and industry. So you can easily adapt, better produce some clothing for people in an individualized manner, which avoids a lot of overproduction, for instance. So I think generative models are a great opportunity here. In addition to what we heard, I mean, protein folding for sure, that's a revolution. I saw life scientists with like smiling and being really amazed about this technology, and I can imagine that this is really pushing pharma industry a lot also.
Thank you, Kasia. So now we turn to Mariam from Siemens Austria. So from the perspective of software development and young entrepreneurs, young programmers, so can you tell us what is the most important opportunity that you see from Siemens?
Thank you for having me. I think it's a true privilege to be on this panel, both as a young woman in STEM and as a youth representative. I think from a youth perspective, the most thrilling opportunity that AI offers us is to achieve a harmonious balance between sustainability, profitability, and also societal well-being, which I think goes very well with the ongoing transition from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0, and I think it also strongly supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And just as tech companies are actively investing in AI to maintain their competitive status, I think there's also a very compelling case to start investing in the youth, as we play a central role in this transitional phase as well.
Thank you, Mariam. I mean, AI is one of the examples that there is one character in one novel of Ernest Hemingway, no? When he has two contradictory views over the same subject in his head. I mean, AI is one example of this. So, because it has negative aspects, also positive, but we have to work with both. No? It's at the same time. So let's move to the core discussion. No? And let me go back to Vicky again. So consider your leadership in Huawei. So from a private sector perspective, how is your company integrating AI technologies to revolutionize manufacturing process and support sustainability and energy efficiency?
In Huawei, actually, we integrated AI technology into our whole process, including both the internal operation and also to our solutions to the customer. Take examples of our internal operations. Like every one of us will do the expense claimant after travel. And within Huawei, 7 or 8 years ago, we start to use AI to check the invoice. And nowadays, there's applications. We just talk with the applications. The AI will help to recognize the voice to the wording to fill the form. And also we scan the invoice to the system, and the AI will identify that and check whether it's an accurate number things. And so before this new system, it will spend maybe 1 or 2 weeks to get the payment. But nowadays, it's only several days, even hours to get payment, and it's even not necessary to send or arrange the copy to the finance department. So this is an example for the operation, how we use AI as a tool. And in our manufacturing, the smartphone producing line, we use the AI visual recognition technology to do the quality control. That the AI is much reliable than human and faster. Yeah. And also in our European supply chain center in Hungary, we, with the AI technology and also Wi-Fi 5G technology, there's most of the work was done by the automated robots. Yeah. So they, the mistake rate reduced to a very low level. Yeah, on that. And also for our solutions, the carrier network, we already include the AI into the the carrier's network operating and also the service. For example, we provide we called the autonomously driving network. Yeah, with the technology, we can the network can automatically to sense and to forecast the data, the telecom flow, and then it can provide the the energy models, and it will for the database and also the data center, and it will be a dynamic system, power system. So that will also a solution to handle the climate challenge. So our customers will run the network with more efficient and also with lower carbon emissions. Yeah. And also for the AI for our cloud business, as I mentioned, the Pangu model examples on mining. I also want to raise an example on the science development. So in the weather forecasting, it's a very difficult area because the weather is always changing. And with the Pangu models, they learn the global weather data during the past 40 years. Yeah, and then it has a model. Now it can predict, forecast the weather in the coming week, just in seconds. And the traditional way and the other ways will spend several hours. And also there's a paper was accepted by the scientific journal Nature about Pangu. That details the technology, how to forecast a typhoon strength. Yeah, and it's more, the accuracy is much more than the traditional way. So that's an example on the science development. Another example is on the medicine industry. You know, when we develop a new drug, it will take years and even tens of years to have different tests. And now with the AI support, the timing, because AI will help to analysis the drugs, the infections. So we work together with a professor in Xi'an Jiaotong University Medicine Hospital, and he developed a new drug. Just using 2 years, and the previous the timing it will took 10 years. So that's something. Yeah, the AI models is also helpful to the science, as Reinhard mentioned. So I think these are some usage and examples for Huawei to deploy AI. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Very interesting. And then Reinhard. So how does international cooperation and technology sharing initiatives, particularly related with energy and climate, influence the development of ethical use of AI in industry and manufacturing?
So our AI for Good platform that's run together with 40 UN organizations, which are partners, and I'm very happy that UNIDO is one of the partners. We have a session. We have a series, what we call a discovery track on manufacturing and manufacturing. We have issued about a dozen webinars so far, given by professors, university professors, or researchers of companies. We also have, actually within ITU, I learned that while preparing for this meeting here. We actually have technical standards related to manufacturing, for example, AI-based machine vision systems that are used, for example, in smart logistical warehouses. We have standards on that topic, so perhaps maybe there is some kind of collaboration possible. I mean, we also have a number of series on AI and climate science. I'm happy to, maybe we could feature, or maybe we might perhaps already have done that. Talks on this. We have maybe perhaps about 50 talks on AI and climate science. I'm always saying the impact of climate science is, the impact of climate change is going to be huge on humankind, but the impact of AI is going to be much, much bigger. And so we have to see that this is managed well. And because you mentioned the ethical perspective, I mean, people put the problem into maybe usually 3 buckets. I would make it 4 buckets. So one bucket is like all the current problems that AI has, like misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, bias in the data, transparency. Maybe less relevant for UNIDO, although I mean everyone would benefit from having a better understanding of why a machine learning algorithm decides what it decided to do. I mean, I had a telecom operator tell me they would rather have models that are less powerful, but giving more explanation on how the AI tool came to the conclusion. So I found that that was an interesting remark. Of course, with cybersecurity, I think this is important for the manufacturing sector, or for UNIDO. Like all the bad things, cybersecurity that will happen, definitely will happen with machine learning. So that's one bucket. That's the short-term current problems. Then the other bucket is the long-term problems that might arise with artificial general intelligence, just super intelligent models. And there is a bit of a, I don't quite understand why that is, a bit of a fight, between those who think one should focus on the short-term problems rather than the long-term problems, but the people on the long-term problem camp say, I mean, we just don't know. We never know, and because of large language problems, many researchers are moving the deadline, or when this might happen, artificial general intelligence are moving it closer and closer. I think you just have to do both at the same time. Then the third bucket is, and I think that's also very important for UNIDO, is in the context of open source, even if you get all the governments agree on regulation, and this sounds like really, really difficult, given the political situation, but even suppose you get all the countries, member states agree on that, because of open source, and these language models, or these models are really powerful today, basically every person on the street could do great stuff, but could also do real damage. And so open source is a great force for democratizing AI, but then the downside is, everybody like on the street could use it to do something bad. I mean, if you build nuclear weapons, even if you know how to build nuclear weapons, actually building it is really, really complicated. But with large language models, wow, I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit when I say like everyone on the street could do that, but in principle, that's what we're going to. So I think this is also very important for UNIDO. I would add a fourth bucket, which is needs to be considered in the ethical discussion, and that is that one needs to ensure that the benefits of AI are really distributed among different countries, and it's just like a handful of countries who know how to do that. And then also, like even within a country, that AI is not used as a tool just to throw out people from their jobs so that things get cheaper, but that you use AI to augment what people are doing. I mean, there is a great book. I think you should read it. It was published a few months ago, I think in April. It's called Power and Progress. It's written by two MIT economist profs. One is called Professor Acemoglu, and the other one is Johnson. So I think that's a great book because they look at the 1,000-year history of technology. And they say, what the research shows is one really has to fight that the benefits of a new technology are actually distributed among the masses. For example, if you look, I guess maybe if you look around in Vienna, or you have all this, or like in Europe in general, you have these great churches and cathedrals that were built hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But this is because like the elite used the money they made to build all this stuff. But the general public didn't benefit from it. They actually got poorer in some cases. And so one really has to fight that the technological advances are distributed equitably. So I think that's going to be also a big issue for UNIDO.
Thank you, Reinhard. Now that you recommended Power and Progress, I'm going to recommend another book. This is the biography of Elon Musk, written by Isaacson. There is a chapter when he's walking around the factory, and he asks the engineers, why there are robots here? Why you digitalize? And they say, no, we are implementing artificial intelligence and digitalization. And then he made some calculations, and he says, no, people can do it faster. So take it out, take the machine. So that's interesting thing is that not necessarily everything with machines or AI is more efficient than people in terms of the factory.
There is actually, let me mention one more book you should read.
Go ahead.
And it's by Mustafa Suleyman. So he's a co-founder of DeepMind, and he was with DeepMind for about 10 years. And now he created his own startup called Inflection. So he wrote a book which came out a few weeks ago called The Coming Wave. And I think this is a good book. He focuses not just on AI, but also on synthetic biology, but mostly on AI. And I think he explains very well what the problems are. I mean, he says, I'm an optimist, but reading his book, I don't see how we can be an optimist. Yeah? But anyway, I think it's a good book for you to take a look at.
Great. So now we have reading material for the weekend. So now, Kasia, so we go back now to academic research, and then how academic research is shaping the future of AI in industry and manufacturing for integrated sustainable solutions. So can you share insights of the recent studies that your center is doing?
Yeah, it's clear academic research is pushing the state of the art, and there are many people around which are doing this with a lot of passion, actually. What I see as a bit of threat are the big companies and large models, which are like really... So in academia, I think if we want to, we have a young PhD student who wants to do a PhD in AI, it's getting more and more difficult to compete with the big companies, actually. Yeah, they are they have so much money, so much compute power, which is not always there at universities, and I really want to mention that here, because it's really getting hard to get a PhD in AI in a smaller university, let's say it like this, if you do not have the resources. And this is a threat for education, and because we need more people with AI background, strong AI background, and I do not have a solution yet for this, but maybe we can discuss that also later. It's one of the measures we need, I think, in the future, how to encourage also the young people worldwide to go into AI topic, to have the knowledge available, because this is the basis for everything, for sustainable development of AI. So what is VIAVIS doing? So we have a lot of motivated young people in our institution which really love to do also research in AI, but we are not only doing research in AI, but we try to provide a human-centered access to data, and AI is an integrated part of that. And also in combination with simulation, and also in the simulation field, AI is getting more and more prominent. We heard that about the weather forecast models, which were classical simulation models, and today you can massively accelerate simulation by using AI in certain fields. And the big challenge here is to be still physically correct. So that this is, so what are we doing? Myself, I have a research group on image informatics, so I'm in all this visual inspection in combination with industry, but also with healthcare, but I think this is not a topic here today. So quality assurance, analyzing imaging data in production processes, but also supporting, for instance, material scientists and finding the right materials. This is quite challenging because the materials we are working with, or the imaging data, this might be CT data, imaging data, is quite hard to analyze, I have to say, and the large models fail to do that. So there is some additional stuff to do. Then we invest also time in thinking about how can we include the human in the loop. And I don't call that anymore human in the loop, because human in the loop means the human is serving the AI. So we are annotating data, and the AI learns to make everything fully automatic. The new idea is, and that was mentioned before also, that we can integrate that the human has agency, full agency over decision making, and that we provide solutions that integrate human with support of AI in a decision making process. So this is one of our big missions as VIAVIS, and I think that is very important, especially, I mean, it's clear AI can do a lot in fully automating, let's say, production processes. But when it comes to critical applications, safety critical applications, that was also mentioned, I think it's very important to keep the human in the loop. And another aspect here is also that we are acquiring the knowledge of experts, and we experienced already once the position of the experts. We don't want to have that. We are the experts. We can do it better. But at the end, we just wanted to ease their workflow and to accelerate it. So it's not about replacing humans in several fields. It's about onboarding humans and making their life easier, that they concentrate on the real important stuff.
Thank you, Kasia. I want to make a comment, but first I want to ask, is in the audience there is anybody who is a scientist or doing a PhD in AI? Anybody? No? So, you?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually, but I have a solution to the problem. It's not that it's my solution. I read about it, but I think it's a good solution, or I think it's something that should be done. So the know-how for large language model is mostly with big companies, and in the past, when often academia used to be at the cutting edge of research, but not in the AI field anymore, because everything is migrating to the big tech companies. So they are powerful because they have the know-how for large language models. Then you have the open source community. They also have powerful large language models. What's needed is that the governments need to fund research on AI, and they will have to pay respective salaries, so that the governments don't depend on big tech, large language models, and also not on open source. You should not become dependent on that. and or things that are from NGOs. I mean, you never know what might happen. So governments need to set up programs to fund research and also to develop their own language models. And then SMEs or universities could use these large language models, and then they come up with stuff. And like even the United States, which has most important among the most important companies for large language models, they also should set up a government-funded program where they fund where they own large language models. But it's going to cost money, but I think it has to be done. It has to be, this is super important.
Yeah, I fully agree here, and I think also that the governments should think about how to provide sustainable deep learning infrastructures. Yeah, so having accessible to academia in an easy way, because especially in Austria, what happens, I mean, everybody has its own cluster, and those which have the money with big clusters, they can do better research because they have the computational power, which doesn't mean that the small ones like we, for instance, cannot do good research and we publish in high quality journals and so on. This is not the point, but I mean, the speed in which development can be done is much higher if the infrastructure is available, if the data is available. We are suffering quite often because we don't have access to the data. I mean, we are working with industry. I had a discussion before about getting data from industry. It can be quite tedious. Yeah, so we also invest a lot in investigation. How can we increase data quality, for instance, which is a big issue, because especially smaller companies are not used to acquire data in a structured way very often. So we even heard, okay, we have to go home to do our homework to prepare the data before we can start even thinking about AI solution for a specific field. Yeah. But for the education field, I mean, I fully support the demand, and I would like to encourage Austria, because I'm in Austria. Not only Austria, everybody here, every representative of a state. Yeah, this is really urgently needed. And if there is a good centralized access also to deep learning infrastructure, you can even do it more sustainable, because you can more easily supply it with renewable energy sources and so on. It's much better than each lab has its own deep learning service somewhere, which is currently quite often the case.
Thank you, Kasia. No, one of the points that always, so Mr. Zhu also is touching upon is about the innovation ecosystems, because in Austria, you have an innovation ecosystem doing frontier research, but in developing countries, they don't have the capacity. No? And this is something that, so taking into account the potential AI gap that can be growing in the next years, so what we are going to do in order to support the innovation ecosystems in developing countries for AI. So that's something that we have to discuss. And I think safely, since Reinhard and Kasia, you are leading experts on this, so I can safely make a comment. I remember recently, and I shared this with the team, that there was a job description looking for AI specialists, 10-year experience. No? I mean, we will have to change probably the education system in Silicon Valley after ChatGPT. So there were massive readjustment layouts in companies there. So that's interesting to what extent this way is going to come to Europe, to Asia, to Africa. So this is something we have to think about. But let me go back to Lavand. So could you share your perspective on how young professionals and newcomers to the field of software development can contribute to the use of AI for more resource-efficient solutions?
I think as young professionals and new entrants, we can play multiple roles, and maybe I'll introduce my own role first. So I wear two hats in the world of AI. First, as a software developer at Siemens, where our focus is industrial automation. And in my other role, I'm a student pursuing a master's degree in automation and robotic systems with a primary focus on AI. And in my role at Siemens, we work on the automated manufacturing of power supply devices. So you have to imagine we have multiple automated production lines, and most of our processes, without getting too technical, are executed by industrial robots, with obviously a few processes that still require human intervention. So our processes range from PCB assembly, which is, for those maybe less familiar, the placement of electronic components on every single PCB and the automatic soldering, up until the packaging, which is the very last step before shipping. And since Siemens is one of the very few Austrian electronics manufacturers that still produce in Austria and haven't outsourced this task yet, I've had the chance to work up close and see the actual implementations of AI solutions. And they range from very small label checks and up until digital twins of a whole industry. And I think in this context, to answer your question, there's multiple roles we can play. We're digital natives. We've grown up with technology at our fingertips, and I think we understand its transformative power from a very young age, which makes us very exceptionally well suited to become AI specialists. I think we bring very fresh perspectives and innovative ideas, and I think combined with our digital native mindset and our AI literacy, we can challenge existing norms and drive significant breakthroughs in AI. And I don't think that just, I think we can extend that to students that don't only study engineering. I think it's applicable for young people and students in every sector. To provide an example, I think we can, as the youth, we can act as bridge builders, fostering synergies between academia, industry, and maybe even governments. And to illustrate this, consider my diploma thesis, which I'm working on right now, which focuses on material handling for industrial settings. And what makes it noteworthy in this context is that it's a joint thesis between Vienna University of Technology and Siemens, tailored to enhance Siemens production systems. And I think it's a very, very small example, but a good example to show how industry and academia can come together through the youth to provide more efficient and more innovative solutions. And I think we're also well suited to play the role of AI influencers. We can serve the public by informing them about AI-related challenges and also the advantages. We've all encountered AI in some form, even without noticing it, whether it's unlocking your phone using your face or scanning a QR code. And I think those who are not well versed in AI nowadays will face considerable challenges in the future. And I think that's where we can jump in as young people to bridge this knowledge gap and ensure that as a society, we're well prepared for an AI-driven future. We're comfortable working with interdisciplinary teams, and I think we're not scared to challenge the norms, which makes us also very well prepared to actually drive essential conversations about the ethical use of AI, responsible AI deployment, and also sustainability, which goes hand in hand with our future. I think that goes without saying. So I don't think we're just passive participants during this transitional phase. I think we bring fresh perspectives, we engage in interdisciplinary collaborations, and I think we can contribute to important ethical considerations.
Thank you, Marianne. So I just want to say that we have a very close collaboration with Siemens Germany, Siemens Austria, and the company all around the world. Let me go back to Vicky on the challenges that the private sector has in adopting AI and how this can be overcome.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the challenge because there's a lot of challenge in the AI deployment and also the digital transformation. So the first thing is, as the professor mentioned, is the computing power. The computing power is not enough. There's I saw a research report that mentioned till to 2050, the request of the computing power will be 500 times than today. So it's need the GPUs and the data centers. So how to support that requirement, because all the deep, machine learning need the power, need the computing power. So it's need also the investment from the government, and also from maybe from private sector. We also can do something. For example, we already put our computing power into our cloud service. So the SMEs, it's also might be one of the solutions to SMEs, how they can get the computing power and also the storage. So the cloud service can be maybe a solution. We also provide the AI developer tools in the cloud. So it also can help the developers to do that. So I think but it's not enough from only private sector. I think from the public sector, the investment to the data center and the public cloud is very significant. And the second thing is the high quality data. Yeah, as also Professor mentioned, it's very hard to get the high quality industry data, because it's not the general, for example, the language model, it's just languages. We can easily find everywhere, but for the industry data, it must came from the industry with the industry knowledge, and also from the expert who know the process of the industry. So it cannot only be done by the AI developers or the ICT company. It must be a joint effort from both industry expert and also the ICT company to deepen the machine learning with the industry informations. And it's not easier, yeah. And also because all the industry, they are siloed. And also for the many industry information for some leading company, it's their business confidential things, how to protect the data, and also how to protect the knowledge. It will be a big challenge. Yeah, we don't have answers to that, but it's a phase. It's an issue we need to handle. And the third thing is about the AI governance. Yeah, it will more from the public session and also from like UNIDO side to think about. For example, when I talk about the how to protect the knowledge, maybe we can think about we can learn something from the IPR system. Yeah, because for example, if an industry who provide the data to train the models, and the models will be used globally, but how the data provider can benefit from that. So maybe there might be solutions on that. And also another thing is cybersecurity. So it's very how to secure the data is trusted and secured. It also need the policy to do that. And the last thing is the talent. Yeah, there's big shortage, big gaps between the requirement and the supply of the AI expert. Yeah, all people with AI skilled. So it's one solution is in the academy. We need to increase the maybe courses and majors on AI, but also it's also very important to upgrade the skills for the people who already graduated and working in the industry, because there will be a lot of work maybe done by robot, by machine. So how the worker will do. They need to also upgrade their skills to control machine, to handle with the AI. So the skill upgrading is also very important. Yeah, so that's 4 challenges. Yeah, with the.
Thank you, Vicky. Now we have a list of the topics that we can cover in COP28 and next year International Vienna and Climate Forum. So Reinhard, so can you give us example of AI for Good initiative that have significantly impacted industry or manufacturing sectors? And by the way, for those who has not signed up yet, so I will encourage to go to the web and sign up for AI for Good that we are organizing join events online and different activities. You will learn a lot by being part of this community.
Yeah, thanks, Marco, for pointing this out. We have something called, that's our brand name, the Neural Network. It's sort of a mixture between a dating app and an events platform, sort of LinkedIn. So it's a social network, and we have already about 25,000 people who signed up. So we actually have to do a little bit of work. It takes a few minutes, so we're pretty impressed that we are already at 25,000 participants, and so they're all interested in some aspect of AI. So you can sign up, and it would be great. So I did mention some of the areas that we're working with. We have in ITU we do technical work. We have I guess it's unique. I think maybe among the world's organizations we have a unique membership because our member states are members, but then also the sector members like Huawei or Facebook or Google, they are also members. They pay their dues, and then they have their rights, and they develop most of the standards work. And then we also have universities as members. And I had mentioned the work that we do, which I find really super exciting with WHO on AI and health. We have also on AI and communication networks. Already 6 years ago, we came up with, or when I say we, it's the membership came up with an architecture framework for machine learning communication networks, and we actually got a great data set from you right now for one of the challenges, one of the competitions that we are running. So maybe that's also perhaps something of interest to UNIDO, running competitions, running challenges. You give a problem statement, you give a data set, and then you crowdsource it and hope someone comes up with a good solution. We have run about 70, 80 challenges since the year 2000, competitions. And quite often the solutions that come in from just random, well not quite randomly, people who know how to do these things, they are often better than what the organization that was putting out the problem statement, what they came up with as a solution. So I think that's something which could also be of interest to UNIDO.
Thank you, Reinhard. So Kasia, what role does academia play in addressing the ethical concerns on AI? So this is the topic of the day.
Okay. I think quite a big role, because academia has the freedom to cooperate in an independent way and to follow interdisciplinary approaches to AI. So really considering free from economic considerations, what does it mean to really implement a truly ethical AI? So also, I don't know if you know that Vienna announced itself as the city of digital humanism. So there's even a UNESCO chair at Technical University Vienna. And also the Science and Research Fund of the city of Vienna gave us the chance and funded via VIS with a special grant. So we used that to develop a roadmap towards implementation of digital humanism for via VIS itself. And this ended up in a quite big discussion among the whole team, which was great to see, because there's a big wish also from the people in our research institutions to address these topics. So, and we ended up by seeing first we have to start by ourselves. So how can we develop in an ethical way always? How can we ensure in our research institutions ethical processes to everything what we do? So when we onboard when we start a new project with a company partner, do an ethical assessment of what they want to do. Sometimes it's irrelevant, but sometimes we realized, okay, there are lots of ethical concerns we have to consider. And we were really amazed that also our industrial partners, they were quite open to this discussion. At the beginning, they were like, okay, what's that now? But at the end, I mean, I think it's also our business and our mission to onboard this and to bring these ethical concerns and ethical topics, because there are so many points you have to consider, and many people are not aware of what all to consider. And especially in SMEs, which have probably other problems than thinking about, in the first moment, about ethical concerns which might arise. So then the second point is that we also started to shape our research topics into the direction of digital humanism, sustainability, and ethical topics, which include, for instance, also things like accessibility to AI, inclusivity of interfaces if you work with data. Always concerned with data bias, but also especially with reliability in what we do. How can we ensure, for instance, that AI is updatable to address the sustainability concerns? What happens if we deliver a model? It's a very simple example. A partner of us asks, okay, we need an AI model doing this and that in a production environment. We deploy it or deliver a solution, but what happens when the sensors change? In principle, they have to come back to us and we should do it, but we are a research center, and in principle, we said, okay, we always want to empower the users of AI to handle by themselves this model. But what does that mean? That means also that we have to train, and we are doing that, the people which take over the model, to empower them to do it by themselves. Which again opens up very interesting research questions, because how can we give feedback in the best way to the people that the model they trained now is still reliable? This is a loop which is very interesting, and I think it's not yet fully solved. Because this is the circle of, okay, I want to have an ever-learning AI which can be updated in a good way, which also saves resources, because I do not want to retrain everything from scratch all the time. So this is in the field of continual learning, for instance, or lifelong learning of an AI. This is a very interesting field, and I think quite important.
Thank you, Kasia. I think that's an area that so the government of Austria is supporting. So recently we have a meeting at UNIDO to discuss how we can provide the human-centric approach. And it's very interesting that the question that you posed, and you said we don't have the answer. So this can be the research agenda from now on. So Mariam, so what skills and knowledge do you believe are essential for the next generation of AI professionals, particularly for eco-friendly automation and robotics?
I think it has to be a blend of soft skills and technical skills. So when I speak of technical skills, I mean proficiency in programming languages like Python, Java, and C++, a deep understanding of machine and deep learning frameworks, also the basics of data science, but also combining it with strong and effective communication, strong collaboration skills, and a deep understanding of ethics and the challenges related to AI, which I think we tend to forget about. So data privacy issues, the potential misuse of AI, and also AI bias. And I think attending conferences or attending workshops or online courses is just the tip of the iceberg, because I think it's also about adopting, embracing a culture of lifelong learning, because the AI field is an ever-evolving field. Every week there's a new technology that appears, and it's hard to keep up to date.
Thank you. Please?
I have a question for you. You're a software programmer, you're writing programs.
I am.
You are using GPT-4, I'm sure.
Yes.
How much has it improved your productivity?
I can't give specific numbers, to be honest, but it has. I mean, we mainly use our AI solutions are mainly visual and machine vision related usages. And for example, I can give the example of my thesis. What it works on is the industrial automation line. We have to feed the material through trays. And basically, we use a very cheap camera to detect which position the robot has to pick up the material from, because prior to that solution, the robot would just pick every single position and maybe waste some time picking up nothing. And I think it's just about making all processes as efficient as they get, and in that sense, it would be saving time and resources and minimizing any waste.
Thank you very much. So now let me give the floor to the audience. So if you have one or two pressing questions, so please. Anybody? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speeches, very interesting. I have one question. How do you see the dual nature of AI, taking into consideration that it improves energy efficiency in industrial processes, and also on another hand, it is a big energy consumer itself? And could you please elaborate if this is something that AIM Global is tackling on as an issue? Thank you.
I maybe can report from a very actual project we had, where we were asked to benchmark our solution against one of the big models which just came out. So this was one of the issues. A PhD student of us was developing a very nice solution, submitted the paper, and then there was the question, okay, but there is this big, large foundational model which just came out. Does it outperform your method? It didn't, fortunately, which was a good message for the PhD student. But just also to see here the difference. So just in terms of parameters, these large foundation models used, and the model efficiency of our solution, it was much higher. It was a very small model, lightweight, easy to train, and also the inference is then much more energy efficient. So you always have to think. I think large foundation models have their meaning, and there has to be always. One has to think very well about where does it make sense to develop foundation models, and how often do they have to be updated. I think it's a quite complicated calculation. Yeah, language models have to be updated all the time, I think, because language is evolving, while probably vision models might be fully mature at a certain point. You just have to feed in enough data. So I think it's not uneasy to answer. But what the final message, maybe we have to choose very well where to invest money into foundation models, which are really energy consumpting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I also want to answer this question from the industry perspective. Your question is true, because when we talk about the computing power, it came from the data center, and the more data center, it will generate more carbon emissions. Yeah, that's true. But because the trends, the digital transforming trends will not return. Yeah, so we have to handle that. Actually, we don't have the best solution for that, but I think there might be two ways. The one way is to also for our data center, when we establish our data center, we also to research and studies on how to reduce the data center's energy energy consumption. For example, we have a very innovative cooling system. Yeah, that will, so compare with the traditional data center, the power consumption is reduced a lot compared with previous one. But of course, it's not enough, but we have to do that. And also to using the green energy, for example, the solar and the wind, yeah. And I think the second solution is, just as I mentioned, they maybe use more public cloud service to have. That means it's not necessary for every company to establish their own data center. So can share the computing power. That will make more efficiency. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Another question, please.
Hi. Okay, so I want to thank first the youth representative. Like, I'm generally a shy person, so I'm not sure if I would have asked this question if I wouldn't have somehow empathized with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for inviting her. And the question comes related to something that Reinhard said about, just a second, the use of AI and the access to AI. So AI can get us enough information to build a nuclear bomb or nuclear technology, and everyone can have access to that. It's something in these lines you said. My question comes as, is the access to information the problem, or is the access to resources? Because knowing how to build a nuclear bomb, it's not problematic. Getting the access to the resources to build it, being that other people to help you or the actual materials, that's somehow where the problem seems in my mind. Like in the whole area of medicine, knowing what drugs are poisonous is not problematic. Having access to the poisonous drugs can be problematic. So how do you see that? Like, I don't understand personally why the argument of AI gives us access to bad information, why this is an existing argument. So I'm curious about any of...
Challenging question, please.
I think the argument making is like building, suppose you know the physics behind building nuclear bombs. It's a big step then to actually build one. So a person on the street cannot build a nuclear bomb. You know, there are huge resources necessary and governments are able to do that. So you're saying if an AI tool tells me how to develop toxic molecules, okay, fine, but that's okay because I don't know yet how to actually build the molecule. But I think it's much, much more difficult to build a nuclear bomb than building, creating a new molecule. And if you look at what's happening in the biology field, in the synthetic biology field, I mean, I was flabbergasted. I read this in Suleiman's book. You know, apparently you can buy a kit on the web for, right now it costs like $25,000 apparently, and then you can use, I would have to look into the details. I'm not quite sure that I'm saying this correctly, but you can maybe use CRISPR tools, and you design your own molecules. You can design your own viruses. I think this seems to be going there. So I was just flabbergasted. That anyone can just buy this kit and basically do his or her own synthetic biology. So I think if you know how to, if you have the theoretical knowledge of building a toxic molecule, I think the step to actually building it is not as big as you think it is. Maybe today, okay, you still need quite a bit of biochemistry knowledge, but I think this is, you will need less and less. And the CEO of Anthropic, yeah, he says this is a big danger of these large language models, that they will facilitate the building of biochemical weapons, because I mean, what I read is, researchers asked a large language model to come up with maybe molecules that are less toxic, and then they spit out molecules which were less toxic, and then it just changed the plus to a minus and say, now spit out molecules which are more toxic. And then the tool spit out the molecules which are, some of them are known, and then they're really, really, really very dangerous. So I think, AI together with synthetic biology, I think what's happening in this field right now, that everyone will basically, okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not much. Yeah, it's a much bigger difference to building nuclear bombs. I think it's going to be much, much easier for a person on the street to do real damage. And I think that's, that's the, yeah.
But I'm sorry. A follow-up question would be, like, if we give access to this to general people everywhere, and we have you need a specific level of skills and a specific level of understanding and inclusion in society and so on. So you already passed the tests by being able to do something like this and having access to an AI that you can converse with. Like, it doesn't happen that an AI makes you build a bomb. It just gives you the tools to do what you already wanted to do. So why do we have problems in a world somehow where we kind of expect that we go beyond having conflicts between groups of people? And this is maybe a bit not political per se, but activism kind of question. Why do we not trust people with giving them access to information?
Someone in the world, if we're open knowledge how to build a nuclear bomb, you can guarantee someone is going to build it. Yeah, for whatever reason, just try it out, or being somehow crazy, or if you can do bad things.
But then we can have workshops, or you can build a nuclear bomb as an experiment, and you play if you want to do it for curiosity, or we can find other ways to skip this.
I think the discussion on open source is. Open source, as I know, it's fantastic for democratizing. Like SMEs, universities, it's startups. It's great if they have access to open source tools because they can really innovate. But the downside, and I think that this is where a solution has to be found. The downside is that it really gives very powerful tools into everybody's hand, and if you can do damage, someone will do it. If there is a wide enough spectrum, billions of people have access, someone for sure is going to wreak havoc. One interesting, you should read that by a paper by Nick Bostrom. He's a philosophy prof at the Oxford University. He has what he calls the vulnerable world hypothesis. So the vulnerable world hypothesis. And it basically says, if, right now, humankind has been lucky that, suppose you wanted to kill humankind, or you wanted to kill a city, or you wanted to do major damage. So far it's difficult. Nuclear bombs, okay, some people can launch them, but it's a very small number. And hopefully it doesn't happen, but there is no guarantee. But if you make this, maybe let's say historical accident, that technology, so far if you want to kill someone, it's really difficult to do. But suppose it's as easy as putting something in a microwave oven and then the whole city explodes. It's guaranteed that someone will do it for whatever reason. You can bet on it. And so he comes to the conclusion, I think, that if that were to happen, you may have to supervise people 24/7, like every movement, because someone is going to blow up the planet. If you want to, it's an interesting paper. Take a look at it.
I think, this was a good question, and I think, Reinhard, this is the topic for your book. That will be interesting to have a book. This is a really a fascinating conversation. So we know that technology is not neutral. Technology is not bad or good. We can invent, or we can use asbestos, and then you see the consequences. We invent air conditioning, and we have chlorofluorocarbons affecting climate change. So, but we don't know. And then what will be the alternative? Stop progress, stop scientific research. Some people are proposing degrowth, no? Not growing, to contain climate change. So is it something realistic? That's something also, that's another topic to think over the weekend. But now, let me give the floor to Mr. Su, who is going to provide closing remarks.
Thank you, Mark. Actually, I would like maybe to firstly thank the panel for this very interesting and of the thought-provoking, also this kind of exchange and discussion. From my side, some kind of really reflections based on the exchange we just had from this panel. Firstly, I think obviously that we may consider this so-called fourth industrial revolution, that it's not just industrial revolution. This is a really totally different types of revolution. So in the way we call it maybe digital revolution or intelligence revolution in a way, yeah? Because now I think if we still say perceive this kind of like a process from the industry perspective, industrial revolution perspective, we may not, I think, get a really kind of comprehensive picture. Because you see, intelligence in particular, this artificial intelligence, in a way, maybe at some point, that's why some kind of scientists even worry about this artificial intelligence, even though you see the intelligence of human being. If that happens, basically the world will be dominated or controlled by artificial intelligence, by robots, whatever. So this is something I think will fundamentally change every part of the society, being economic activity, being human being interactions, and being the relationship between the human being and the nature. So this is the first point. I think the implication of the development of this digital technology and applications, including AI, I think is fundamentally changing the operation of the entire world. That this is the first point. Secondly, obviously that we all that agree that there are good and bad things of the application of the leading technologies. But technologies themselves, there's no such kind of bad and good thing. It depends on how you use it. So that's why, with all the challenges faced by humanity in the process of this digital revolution, as stressed by Vicky, that the challenges basically, we need a stronger role of government at this stage. Now, government really need to step in, not only individual government, the government globally. I think the safety summit held in the UK is a good step, yeah, towards this direction. Now, government really need to step in to invest more in this field. Not only this computing power, this public cloud service, that from the point of increased access to this service, from the perspective also reducing energy consumption, yeah, and also concerning the quality of data, yeah. Now also from business, from an industry perspective, you cannot expect individual company or industry we could share this data for the public interest. That's why the government need to provide incentives to develop a model, business model, could really set how be attractive for those business companies that to share their data, their information, that for public use, yeah, and they will also benefit from this. Another thing also I think this talent, skills, the gap. Now with us, this is really something very serious. You cannot expect individual companies to do this job. So definitely the government, education system, redevelop their kind of curriculum. Then also to have more dynamic, this partnership with industry with ICT companies, because you cannot expect really that education system now could produce this kind of big number of, say, graduate in AI, in digital technology. You need really to partner with ICT companies. Of course, in this process, also I think UN system, include the ITU, UNIDO, could be part of this effort. Now the AI kind of global platform could be one that to have this kind of like capacity building kind of programs. Finally, of course, I think this is something now changing every day. Yeah, every hour. Then already the panel including Marco recommend some books for us to read. I think there are lots more. I think we need really to keep this in mind, keep this kind of in mind, that because everybody, this is something new. We need to everybody work together to understand, not only from the practitioners, from decision makers, from the business, from also student side. We need really to work together to understand the implication of the development of these leading technologies and how we work together that to use this for good, for the good of humanity, for this planet in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
The applause should be given to our panels. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. So please, I invite you, everybody, to sign up for AI in Global or contact our team. We provide a platform to discussion, to continue this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I realize we're the only thing standing between you and the Vienna Boys Choir. But we'll try to be so dynamic and interesting today that you're on the edge of your seat and you do not want to leave this room. So I'm Christina Skierka. I'm founder and CEO of Power for All, which is a global campaign to end energy poverty by accelerating the adoption of decentralized renewable energy. So that's mini grids, rooftop solar, and increasingly what we're here to talk about today, which is the productive use of energy. So this is very much a growing product category for appliances and machinery that can operate in weak grid or non-grid environments. And our panelists today represent a very diverse set of experiences and points of view. And what I'm going to do is not embarrass myself by trying to read through everybody's bio. So what I will do, though, is I will introduce our sort of thought starters today. They're going to spend probably about 20 to 30 minutes up here. There's some slides and presentations. After that, we'll take a quick transition, and the rest of the panelists will come up. We'll mention everybody at that time. But until then, let me go ahead and get us started by inviting Mr. Carlos Sordo, who I've known for, what? Oh, and him. Aren't you? Okay, but I was getting to that. I guess order is important. So, all right. So first, let me introduce Ibrahim Mutebe he's the project manager from SNV, very well-known international NGO who's been working on development issues for a number of years. After his presentation, then we will hear from Carlos, who is currently a senior project manager with Gogla. I've actually known him for over a decade when he was first with Practical Action and was part of the original team getting Power for All off the ground. So with further ado, here is Ibrahim to get us started.
So thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to be here in Vienna, to be part of the context-setting presentation for the convergences, building sustainable agri-food systems using renewable energy. Once again, my name is Ibrahim Mutebi, and I work as a program manager at SNV, the Netherlands Development Organization. And as SNV, we are keen on seeing the nexus really grow. We are working across 3 sectors, that is water, agri-foods, and also energy. But in this presentation, we shall focus a lot on the energy and the agri-food sectors, which are really very profound. And one of the key areas as SNV that we have seen is that we need to work in collaboration. We need to break the silos across the different sectors. So one of the key highlights of our work has been one of the key events that we had, which was the Africa Energy and Agriculture Nexus, which really brought into a number of players, including IKEA Foundation, to really discuss with partners from agriculture how we can reinforce the energy issue across the agriculture value chains. But also there was a lot of discussion to understand what are the key issues that need to be untackled to break the silos. And one of them was seeing how do we transition away from impactful green energy projects, but also trying to ensure that we drive renewable energy, which is key for the future, as a lot of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the fossil fuels. But also there's need to drive our energy systems from a lot of the industrial revolution era, where there are a lot of fossil fuels being used, to more of a regenerative agriculture system, which is more friendly to the environment and ecosystem. And it's not clear really to so many stakeholders what regenerative agriculture is. So a number of stakeholders are coming together to define what this is. And as SNV, we have tried to identify 5 key practices that try to describe what regenerative agriculture is. One of them is regenerating soils to ensure that we enhance the health of the soils. But also we need to be keen on how we can enhance biodiversity and ecosystems, because it's important as we do agriculture to ensure that ecosystems thrive and we're not able to destroy them. We are also looking at how do we minimize on the inputs as well as resources that we are using for agriculture so that it's not intense in the terms of resources that it's using. and also trying to see how do you also reduce on the wastages and recycling of these products to ensure that there is cyclicality. We are also keen on promoting renewable energy as part of promoting regenerative agriculture, and we feel that this nexus helps us to really make it stronger. And we need to also think through what are the kind of energy systems that we need to see, because most of the energy systems we currently see are highly centralized. We have a lot of the grid happening, or even in Africa, but we need to look at where does agriculture actually happen. It happens in rural areas where a lot of people have no access to the grid. So how do we promote a lot of decentralized energy systems that can be able to promote energy access to the poor of the poorest? And that is why we need to promote these energy solutions. But also, if you look at the opportunity scan for renewable energy productively, there are a number of opportunities that really are there to enhance productivity, but also to ensure that we're able to see value addition and also minimize wastages across the different sectors. And we feel that we need to put also the farmer at the center of the conversation, because without understanding some of the issues or the challenges that the farmers are actually facing, then most of the solutions will not be impactful but also sustainable. And we also need to work together, because as SNV, this is just one organization. We are just one piece to the puzzle, and we need to see how do we enhance collaborations across the different stakeholders, both from the energy sector, but also from the agriculture sector. So this conference was really very pivotal, because it's the first time where you had an energy conference that had energy players being invited. It's usually the other way around, that you have energy people speaking to themselves and also agriculture people speaking to themselves. So we cannot really address the nexus issues unless we are able to speak together. So I'll also try to touch a lot on what is at stake, because if we don't address the nexus issue, there's really a lot at stake. And one of the key issues is trying to look at what contribution does agri-food systems contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions. We have heard from different speakers since yesterday that a lot of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from agriculture, about 30%. And this is partly attributed to the lack of energy, or in some areas, energy that is being used is mainly driven by fossil fuels. So if we don't reinforce and also transition to more sustainable energy solutions, then we are going to have more energy emissions coming through from agriculture. But also we need to understand that the fight against climate change can never stop today. We need to understand that already impacts are happening, for example, in Africa, and a number of livelihoods in Africa are dependent on agriculture. So we need to understand how does this affect, for example, the ecosystems and also the food systems. If you look at Uganda, for example, a lot of farmers, over 70% of the farmers are depending on rain-fed agriculture, which is really impacting a lot on their livelihood, because the impacts of climate change are hitting hard. But we also need to recognize that most African countries have identified agriculture as one of the two top sectors that is vulnerable to climate change impacts. So if we don't promote some of the technologies like irrigation to be able to ensure that farmers are able to have all-round year access to water, then a lot of the agriculture will actually have issues. And also on the dairy sector, water is really essential. If you look at cow milk, 80% of it is mainly water. So without access to water, you find that a lot of productions will actually be at risk. The other key area touches a lot on the kind of losses and the wastages that are happening also in the sector. We are looking at around 24% of the losses happening from production up to the table, which is really very high. And we see that renewable energy has a role to play in reducing these wastages across these sectors globally. But also the situation becomes further worse in Africa, and I will speak a lot to Uganda, where if you look at the dairy value chain, you find that the losses are actually about 20% to 30% from harvesting to collection, which is really very big. And if you look at horticulture, where we talk about vegetables and fruits, you find that a number of farmers experiencing 40% loss of value, which is really pretty high. The other area would also look at what opportunities are we losing in terms of value addition. Again, this speaks again to Africa, because I'll speak more about Africa because that's where I come from. If you look at most of the industrialized nations, they are able to generate around $180 per ton in terms of value addition added to the crops that they are able to farm. But in Africa, it's a mere $40 per ton of value addition. And this is coming from the lack of access to energy, because only 10% of the foods that are produced in Africa are able to go through value addition, which really makes it very complicated. This means that farmers have lost opportunities for income, because that is around 4.5 times the amount of income they would have generated if they were able to have access to energy options. And we feel that it's now that we need to drive this change. Then lastly, we are looking at a lot of demand for land. As the population is growing, we are looking at around 10 billion people by 2050. But that means that we also need to produce more food. But we can be able to grow more food in an area that is less, and also use resources more sustainably, other than trying to expand a lot of land for agriculture. And again, in Uganda, for example, in the last 100 years, from 1921 to 2021, we have lost about 40% of the forest cover. And one of the key drivers is the conversion of land for agriculture, which is really very hitting to the different farmers. So we need to look at how do we mechanize agriculture, make it more efficient, and use less to produce more as part of this discussion. I will also try to provide a case example. This case example is nested on two of our projects that we're implementing as SNV Uganda in the dairy sector. One of them is sustainable energy for smallholder farmers, which is an energizing development program project. And it's also being funded by IKEA Foundation, who we are happy to have here as part of the discussion today. We are working with also GIZ and RVO, and also a local partner called Tacha Holdings. But also on the agri-food side, we have another project which is called the Inclusive Dairy Enterprise Project, which is funded by the Netherlands government. And it's been running for 10 years, trying to seek opportunities in how they can add value to the agriculture sector, starting from production to consumption. And we thought that instead of working in silos as energy and also agriculture, we need to understand really where are the key issues that are affecting the farmers, because to the farmer, they don't see you as energy or agriculture. They want impact. And how do you support the impact generation? So we've been able to understand that to deliver this, we need to, first of all, be farmer-centric, understand really what are the key issues or challenges that the farmers are affecting. And this slide here tries to look at some of the key issues that we're able to identify as being critical for the farmers in promoting the solar milking machines. One of them was looking at agriculture and also the way how milking is being done in Africa being really tedious, because a lot of it is manual, and you find that it takes so much time. So you find that most of the farmers that we spoke to, we are looking at this as a very big challenge. Then also due to lack of energy for lighting and other productive use of energy in Africa, you find that there is no access to lights in most of the rural farmers. Most of the milking is done very early in the morning at 5 or 6 using small torches, batteries, but also some of them are using phone lights, which is really inefficient and also doesn't allow the farmer to really milk properly. There's a lot of wastage of milk in the process. But also there's high labor turnover. If you look at the number of farms that we visited, there's the need to ensure that there's lack of gradually, but also trying to make the milking process a bit more interesting and also something that can actually be done by several people. So you find that the labor turnover is really high in cases even where people have been trained, they don't stay on the job for long. And for the farmer, if they don't milk today, it will be a lost opportunity for income. There are also issues that relate to the type of hygiene and also the kind of injuries that come to the animals due to the physical milking done by hand. And this makes it very expensive for the farmer because they have to look at medication, but also do treatment to treat diseases like mastitis and also the issues to do with milk quality. So what we have done is to look at a number of factors. We have like 5 factors which are in the ecosystem. And one of them was to also appreciate that we need to bring in technology, which is really pivotal in undertaking this kind of work. We are able to look at it in twofold. One of them was trying to introduce the productive use of equipment that is coming from India, because this technology is not available in Uganda. So we had to find ways of seeking out for partnership, and we were able to work with one of the companies called Shira, that is based in India, to try and look at some of the issues that we are trying to grapple with and provide us different machines that were helping the farmers to actually address their problems. We are also able to think beyond just the importing of the machines and look more into how do you build local capacity, because, for example, the solar equipment is readily available on the market. So we're able to work with the local companies and support them in the designing of the equipment that power the milking machines, and then they were able to provide the right equipment because it also reduces on the import costs, which would make the systems also more expensive. On the capacity building side, again here we had to work closely with our colleagues from the agri-food sector. One of the things that most people think about when they introduce milking machines is not understanding that you need to have a good supply of the milk from the animals. So we had a lot of capacity building happening from our agri-food colleagues, supporting the farmers to understand how do you feed the animals, how do you treat the animals, but also how do you handle issues of quality of the milk that is being milked by the animals. And that was really important to ensure that that capacity is provided. While on the energy side, we are providing capacity in terms of areas of operation and maintenance, and supporting also the farmers to understand how do you ensure that the machine is working right, how do you reach out in case there is an issue or a fault to the machine. So this was really very critical because it helps us to ensure that the technology is working, but also the farmer is able to benefit and realize a lot of potential from the machine. In terms of market linkages, some of the things that came to our mind was that when you promote milking machines, you're going to have increased productivity. And we've seen that some of the machines are able to increase that by 10%. But where do the farmers sell this milk? Because without access to markets, then that would actually be a lost opportunity. So we're working closely again with the agri-food sector colleagues to see how do we channel this excess milk to different aggregators who could actually bulk the milk, but also they're able to cool it and provide the farmer a premium price. Because most of the milk that is sold at farm gate is not chilled, but also it doesn't have really a premium price. So this was helping the farmers now to have better access to market, but also seeing the potential in terms of their income being increased. The other area on market was also trying to look at how do we think beyond just the milk increment. In Uganda, we have the Dairy Authority, which is trying to promote quality-based milk payment systems. And this brings in the issue of promoting milking machines to see how you can improve the quality of the milk. So they are also able to provide the farmers with an additional bonus depending on the quality of the milk that actually has been produced and also supplied, which made it very economically feasible for the farmers to actually pay back for the investments that have actually been assured. Then lastly, access to finance is critical because affordability is one of the key challenges that affects smallholder farmer, and we're able to link them to a number of microfinance institutions that were able to provide financing options. If you look at the landscape in Uganda, there were a few financial institutions that were providing funding for these milking machines, but trying to speak to the microfinance institutions and enabling them understand what the technology is, but also the business case and business model was really very essential. And that helped us to unlock some of the opportunities for these farmers to actually be able to access finance, but also see the value of working together with the microfinance institutions. So I'll end with this slide, which really shows a lot of opportunities within promoting productive use of energy in the dairy sector. The example of the milking machine is just one example of the production side, but there are various opportunities that exist from production to collection, processing, retail, and consumption. And I'll give opportunity to Carlos to come and present more about the productive use of energy in the dairy sector. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well. Thanks, Ibrahim, and thanks to everyone for coming today. My name is Carlos. I work for Gogla as the Senior Project Manager, focal point on productive uses of energy. And I'm gonna, well, also thanks to the organizers and the event for having this space, and also would like to thank also IKEA Foundation, obviously, for the opportunity to work on this exciting area. Also, the program Water and Energy for Food by GIZ, because that enabled us in the beginning to also be where we are at the moment. Gogla is an industrial association. We represent 200 private sector companies. We are a global organization. We have offices in West and East Africa. And also we have an office in the Netherlands, where we have the headquarters. And Gogla, for probably the majority of you in the room, you probably know that Gogla has been around for many years now. It's been 10 years now. And the main framework of the conversation has been around solar PV or solar household, like electrification. We recently, for the past years, we moved into the sort of a commercial side of things, but agriculture was kind of a big question for the association. So 2 years ago, the story started 2 years ago when the Gogla decided finally to venture into the agricultural space, which is a very challenging one for us. But at the same time, we found out that we had a big justification to do so. 30% of our members are companies that are currently distributing, commercializing, or manufacturing productive use-based appliances, solar pumps, cooling devices, cold chambers. And so we strongly believe that they will come with us. They will be contributing to this conversation. And at the same time, we were feeling the pressure from those companies, along with many of the other stakeholders, for us to jump in, right? So 2 years ago, we started this incredible adventure. And we started to work with 4 different countries, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, and map out what does it take to actually get productive use markets to scale up. And so we delved into a complex conversation of different building blocks that we found are essential. I think Ibrahim has been touching upon them already. We saw policy as a key element. We saw finance as obviously another key element, and also working with and providing support to the companies that we work for, and also other companies. Obviously, there is a growing number of productive use-based companies in the territory, but they need support. They need more technical assistance. They need more, more value out of the industry so that they can grow. And finally, the adoption by the end users, by the communities, by the cooperatives, and all of that has to work at the same time. And if we don't make this working at the same time, we are not going to have these markets scaling, right? So we also did this sort of initial distinction between nascent, emerging, and mature markets for productive use-based technologies, with nascency being the majority of the markets that we've been analyzing in Sub-Saharan Africa, while emerging markets are just a handful of them, offering the initial space for companies to thrive. And finally, mature markets, which are, I have to say, very, very little of them are actually at that level of maturity. So you can see that different activities and different initiatives have to take place depending on how mature a market is. So if we, at the policy level, we probably, well, I chose policy for this discussion today, but the others are as complex as policy is. So if we move into the policy one, which Google has been doing quite a lot for the past years, somehow we find out that moving from nascency into emerging markets, and from emerging markets to mature markets takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of discussions, convening, and it obviously requires to map out properly who is doing what, who holds the power, and how do we talk with those that have to be in the room, right, when that happens. So in the nascent markets, which is a majority of Sub-Saharan African countries, we need to raise awareness. Because if you talk to the ministries of water or agriculture, many of them don't know about these technologies. They've never heard about these technologies at the last mile area. Small solar pumps, or who are the companies behind this, right? Like, they don't know much about it. So is that convening, that engagement with ministry officers, chairmen of renewable energy agencies, etc., that takes a lot of time, but you need to build up this awareness. Capacity building obviously goes all the way through, right? Like accompanying them, Google does it with the Community of Champions. We work with tens of Ministry of Energy representatives that we usually piggyback through the different conferences and gather them together so that we talk to them about this and other issues. But it takes time as well, and it takes resources. Multi-stakeholder engagement is definitely a key for this. And we've been doing that for the past 2 years in those countries. And it took, in the beginning, to find the champion. Who is the champion within the Ministry of Energy? Who is the champion within the Ministry of Agriculture? People who can make this agenda theirs so that they bring you along, right? Like, it's automatically happening. But in the nascent markets, you don't generally, naturally find them. You can, but you need that level of effort. The roadmap is another instrument that we've, along with the governments, we've been building with them. And the roadmap is an incredible tool because it ended up being uptaken by some of the ministries. I wouldn't say the success was 100%, but it was good and successful in some of the countries that we were doing this exercise. And the roadmap now is showcasing what are the activities that I was showcasing before that are already being taking place, who should be the natural actor behind, and if there isn't any actor, who should be the actor that has to take place, right? Like, is it the World Bank? Is it the Ministry of Energy? So finding out who is the responsible person, the responsible institution, and then pointing out to that, right? Like, that is your responsibility. You need to do that. And finally is the acknowledgement of productive use by the Ministry of Energy. And that's kind of the first level. And this is just the first level. Then we come into the next level, which is we need those champions at all the ministries. We need more capacity building. We need more convening spaces that includes interministerial committees, task forces, subcommittees, working groups, bringing the private sector to talk to the government, etc., etc., etc. It's a long etc. that makes finally mainstreaming productive use within the policies at the ministry level. So mainstreaming is making that piece of technology and business models part of their discussion, daily discussion. Finally, we can jump into and we've seen like Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya are already getting there. They need a lot of support, right? But they're getting there, they're understanding, they're bringing their colleagues and peers from different ministries on the table. Finally, mature markets, I have to say there are very little of them. India is a good example of not yet fully mature, but it's doing a good business with the biggest subsidy program, 3.2 million solar pumps already being distributed across the country. It's a good example of, but it's obviously, context is very different from that, from the Sub-Saharan Africa. And there you have budget allocation, given directly to the the subsidy programs or tendering programs or whatever, but it's coming from the ministry itself, manufacturing laws as India has done, and obviously you keep doing the convening, right? The convening exercise. So that's just an example of what we need to do while we do the other stuff, the other good stuff that Ibrahim was talking about. And because I wanted to be brief, and I just try to condense some other points that I do think are important in working with productive users at a broader level. Like like we've been at Gogla, we have an internal financial tool that allows us to measure and understand the level of deals that are happening, the RBF programs that are being funded, also the level of debt and equity that is being provided, not just for the lighting services, but also for the productive use-based appliances. So we have a bit of an overlook or a kind of a overarching reading of what's going on in the financial sector, and we've seen that grants from foundations and philanthropies, etc., are shifting rapidly into productive users of energy, which is a great news. So because the sector is growing, philanthropies like IKEA Foundation are coming in, right? Or they've been coming in like for several years now, and the amount is growing. And we have to congratulate ourselves for that. But that's not enough. That's just the beginning of the iceberg. We've also seen RBF programs are taking place more and more. The World Bank coming in Uganda, for instance, is just an example of this $100 million program that was approved and launched 3-4 weeks ago. But there will be more. And so we are also very happy to see that RBF, like supply-side subsidies or demand-side subsidies as well, are coming in. So that's going to help, for sure, companies to grow. As an example, in 2019, we just had 5-6 companies that got funded. Now we have over 30 companies being funded in 2022. So that's once again another indicator that the sector is growing. And we get many more companies being funded in 2023. And there are cycles of grants and R&D and RBFs coming in, so which is great news, but it's not enough. We need more. Consumer finance is the other part of the conversation, because companies, obviously, if you have consumer finance for the last mile, for the smallholder farmers, they're obviously going to go for and purchase the products, but that's not happening unless the companies have pay-go services, right? That's for the extent of Sub-Saharan Africa. That's obviously not the case of South Asia, where MFIs and the financial institutions there work in a different way, and they provide this finance as well. But that's a gap in the space, and we see very few companies, particularly the ones at the solar water irrigation pumping industry, coming in to pay-go. And definitely an important key milestone for increasing the sales. But we see as well a challenge for those companies to provide the finance alongside the technologies. That is also, in a sense, is bringing us back to 10 years ago with the vertical integrated companies that tend to do everything, right? Like providing the finance, providing the technical assistance, the technology, right? And those companies are still very, very small, right? We're not talking about great numbers in terms of staff. I mean, these companies are small generally. So there's a question mark around how to best provide the consumer finance that I hope the panel will reply to that. Then there are other elements that I think Ibrahim has been touching already. The capacity upskilling is important because many of these companies do not necessarily know about agriculture. They can sell stuff, but they don't necessarily accompany the technologies with agricultural-based knowledge or understanding of the water wells or how to irrigate the field, right? Business model testing and development is still ongoing in many ways for many of the technologies that are not considered near to market, like solar milling or solar electrical-based dryers, or some of these technologies are still in a different level of maturity, and partnership building is definitely a very big one, because we see a lot of missing opportunities here. Like, companies want to do everything themselves, and I understand they want to in order to scale up their businesses, but at the same time, there are great partners, potential partners out there, offering networks, distribution networks at the agricultural level. Like in Uganda, for instance, you have a couple of companies that have access to thousands of farmers, but they don't do solar irrigation. So you can easily match with those companies to open up a new customer base. You just need to educate this second company to sell your pumps directly in the last mile, right? But it takes time, once again, it takes pay as you go, it takes finance. Market linkages, I think Ibrahim also was touching on that point, is that many of the companies that we see are entering or already have entered the space, they offer services way beyond the technology. They link up the customers with markets in an aggregating way, so they sell the produce of the farmers directly in the markets, so that the farmers don't have to go to the markets, right? For instance, and that brings added value to the farmers. But those business models needs to be well piloted. The financial models have to be reviewed. So still a lot of work to do, but that's very promising for now. Market data, that's another field of work that we are very much looking at. Because these new business models, like fee-for-service business models, where I bring my crane of tomatoes, right, and I leave it for 7 days, and I pay 10 cents of dollars per day, so that you keep my tomatoes and you sell the tomatoes in the market, the numbers of sales is just one cold chamber. In terms of data numbers, it's just one cold chamber, but you're probably benefiting like 500 farmers in the same place. So we need to talk about impact rather than just sales. And at Gogla, we are very conscious about that. We need to change the way we also have metrics about productive uses, how we report back to the industry, et cetera, et cetera. That's an ongoing work, so I bear with us while we do that. Also, we obviously need the contribution and collaboration of all the stakeholders in the industry. Finally, new business models that, as I said before, are emerging. We still have the big challenge of awareness, the three A's, awareness, availability, and affordability, right? So there are different elements that play together here. There's the RBF subsidy conversation. There is the policies that enable the sales and scaling up. There is the demand creation on the ground, etc. And those are the big barriers that we have at the moment that we have to beat up in order to scale the markets. Those are just some thoughts or some food for thoughts for the conversation later. But I will leave it there so that we can start the panel. Thank you so much.
Okay, if I can ask all the panelists to please come up. Thank you so much, and thanks for those great presentations, Carlos and Ibrahim. And while everybody's getting situated, let me just understand who's in the room. Who is part of a company? Who's some sort of corporate entity? You sell products, I know you. Okay, so few number of people, so about 5. Who is like a diplomat or policy person? You're like, am I going to put my hand up? So who else is in the room? Do we have NGOs? Okay, so lots of NGOs. Great, okay, excellent. Anybody else like that you didn't raise your hand? What do you do? Okay, student, totally legit. Administer? Investor, okay, it was like administer, okay. Great, well that's useful to know, right? Oh, Hanak, of course. How would you we're a business. Yes. We do similar things to some of the NGOs. Okay, yeah, and you're also investing, right? Yeah. So, okay. So, what's really useful about seeing that demographic is it does help us to kind of think about where we want to take the conversation, but beyond that, it also represents the exact ecosystem that's needed, right? We don't have any, I know that there are some farmers in the room. There's businesses that are farmers and farmers that run businesses. But this is what we actually need. So I think Carlos was mentioning in his remarks about the need for ecosystem transformation. And the truth is that there's no single policy or program or product that is going to get us to a sustainable agricultural system, that we actually need all of us working together. So my hope for this session is that we walk away from this discussion today feeling some sense of what each of us can do in our respective areas of work to make a contribution here. I just realized I'm sitting very far away from everybody. I don't know how this happened. So I'm gonna ask that we do a quick few opening comments from people we haven't heard from yet. And then we'll get into discussions. And I would hope this is more interactive. Like I realize it's warm in here. You know, you could be listening to the choir, but you're here for another kind of singing. And I'm really hoping it's a little bit more interactive. So can I just ask, do we have microphones around for people to ask questions? How is that set up? Okay, there is one, and that's going to be operated by the gentleman in the suit. But just to get started, let me turn to Ute. Do you mind just talking a little bit about Irina's interest in this issue and sort of, you know, essentially why you're on this panel today? Not like a big, long statement, but just a little introductory remark. And then I'm also going to ask the same for Yolanda and the person who's remote. Sorry.
Well, someone invited me. I guess that's why I'm here. And I love to be on a panel with you.
Absolutely.
So IRENA, obviously International Renewable Energy Agency. I mean, you know, we have 167 member states. A lot of the work we do is, of course, on, you know, deploying renewables in the power sector, the big stuff. But of course, the end-use sectors, we all know, are incredibly important. We've had other sessions where we've heard about 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions coming from the agriculture sector, etc. But, I mean, a lot of that is, of course, not in developing countries. But, you know, we want to make sure that there is awareness about the potential for renewables in agriculture in the developing world. The interlinkages with energy access, which we're very concerned about. You know, we always stress it's got to be an energy transition that's just and inclusive. Well, obviously there's not much transitioning in many countries, like in Africa. As Tamilola said yesterday, we actually need to get energy to people. And so we think this productive use area is a very important one for renewables to assist.
Okay, that's great. And to be fair, there is some existing energy out there, right? But a lot of times it's fossil fuel based. So there is a discussion that needs to be had around transitioning off of that into renewable form of energy because, again, the climate doesn't know boundaries or lines on a map. And so how we practice agriculture in one part of the world affects how we practice agriculture in every part of the world.
Although, to be honest, I mean, considering how much energy we use, say, here in Europe, and fossil fuel energy, the few diesel generators in Africa probably don't make a huge difference in terms of emissions. But of course, it inhibits people being able to afford it often
Yeah, and realize full productivity, yeah. So, and then I'd love to turn to Yolanda, and if you don't mind talking just a tiny bit about yourself and the IKEA Foundation. And one of the things I just want to applaud, and several of us up here are funded by the IKEA Foundation, and several of us are working in productive use, and several of us are trying to build the ecosystem. So I think it's also a testament to the foundation, but also to the entities that you fund, that we're arm in arm in this instead of trying to compete against each other. So this is a great representation of that. But do you want to tell us a little bit about IKEA's work in ag and energy?
Yeah, definitely. And actually, that's good to hear. So I'm probably not needed on this panel then anymore. But I'm Yolanda. I'm working as a program manager in the renewable energy team at IKEA Foundation. And energy is one of the thematic areas that we focus on as a foundation, and in particular, productive use of energy. And Christina, actually, one of your comments from yesterday actually made me think, like, should we rebrand that? Because I heard you make a statement on one of the other panels for that. So I'm still welcoming any suggestions for that. But also, if we look at the geographic focus where we work on, from that portfolio point of view, it's Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, India as well. And if you then look at energy for productive use, it does make sense to look at smallholder farmers as well, because it's such a big proportion of the population. So agriculture is one of the other thematic areas that we work on, regenerative agriculture in particular. I mean, Ibrahim already touched upon it a little bit. So for us to really work on those synergies, step outside of our silos, and I'm really also embracing all of the partners here to, take the hats off of your organization work together on that ecosystem.
That's great. Thank you so much. And then if we could turn to our one participant who's remote, Eveline Jansen, who is the Regional Program Manager for Invio. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Forgive me. Hi, thanks for joining us. Could you tell us just a little bit about you and your organization and any initial insights to get our conversation started?
Hi, yeah, of course. Thanks so much, Christina, and hi, everyone. Happy to be joining still virtually. Yeah, so I'm Eveline. I'm a program manager at NVU, and I think NVU, it requires some introduction. So based in East Africa and leading our work here, NVU is, in its essence, it's a startup studio. So we build social impact startups, but from scratch, starting from a problem or an unsustainable system that we identify, and then using that as leverage to design a business model around that can change the system. And then we validate and test that model and start building the company, making them investment ready. We've been doing that since, let's say, 2004, so almost 20 years. We have a presence across the globe, but specifically here in East Africa, in Kenya, we focus on the agri-food systems. And so we've been building ventures and businesses in that space, focusing on preventing post-harvest losses and the transition to regenerative agriculture. So, that's where we kind of like fit into this. We have a number of ventures. So the ventures we build are designed to be highly scalable and highly impactful. And for example, one of the ventures that we have built is an off-grid solar-powered cold storage provider at Farmgate, which is Soko Fresh, and we have another renewable energy powered value addition venture in the pipeline. So we kind of come from the company perspective, an overarching company perspective.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much. And I'm going to do my best to remember you are there and make sure we get a number of question opportunities back over to you. So I do have a list of questions, and we do have a particular place we want to take this conversation. But by all means, as we evolve, please just raise your hand if there's a question you have or a comment you want to offer. Obviously, there's expertise up here, but there's a lot of expertise in the room as well. So please consider this more of a facilitated conversation between us all. So because the focus of this panel is building a sustainable food system with productive use, I think it is probably a great place to step off there and get into some conversation. I actually just saw a movie before I left, a documentary called Common Ground, and I don't know if you've heard of this, but it was a second build on a piece that came out a couple years ago called Kiss the Ground, and it was basically trying to popularize via Netflix and documentaries the idea of regenerative agriculture. Now, one of the things that always particularly raises my eyebrows is that nowhere in the discussion of regenerative agriculture is there a discussion or a requirement that that definition includes non-fossil fuel resources, which aren't regenerative. So one of the topics, Carlos, I'm going to turn to you first that you raised, was really about financing and providing the financing that's needed, because it's actually, we're talking today a lot about developing countries, but it's also absolutely an issue in the global north. And I do want a clarification on one of your bullets, and then I want to ask a follow-up question. So one of your bullets said that 75% grant funding received in 2021. And I wanted to talk about that because that's largely, I believe, upstream or for corporates, right? And so ultimately, I guess the way that is used for affordability for consumers is it reduces initial prices. I'd be interested in hearing from you, from two things based on your research and experience. You had mentioned how important customer financing was. So are you coming from the perspective that needs to be through other entities like MFIs, or do we know something that maybe coupons or rebates where the customer has to take action, so therefore has skin in the game, somehow is better for market development?
Thanks, Christina. Well, that's a good question. I would avoid. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I would avoid just going to the numbers in specifically, but what we know is there's a big shift in the grant facilities in the recent years, in the last 2-3 years, from moving from the so-called more traditional solar home system industry into the agricultural and energy space. So the sort of the so-called productive uses of energy. So there's been a shift, and now we find a number of philanthropic donors and bilateral alliances in Europe and so on and so forth, moving into the and testing and like pushing innovation in from the hands of the private sector throughout different schemes, grants, subsidies, etc. So there's been a big shift from where we were before and where we are now, and that's what the data is telling us. From a consumer perspective or financial perspective, we've also seen that out of the 30% of members that we have that commercialize, distribute, or manufacture productive use-based appliances, for which a big majority are solar water pumps, solar water irrigation pump-based companies, but most of them do two different kinds of business models at the same time. So it is not an exception. You can find a company that does commercialize, for instance, solar home systems and cooling or freezers or refrigerators, for instance. The companies do, sometimes they do both, sometimes they do even more than two at the same time. But what we've seen is that, once again, the very big companies that are still members of COCLA, but have traditionally been commercializing and scaling up in the space of solar home systems for domestic and commercial spaces, are not the ones that are jumping into the so-called productive uses of energy. So who is jumping into the productive uses of energy is, above all, small companies, African-led or based in Africa or in India, that have a lower level of muscle, of financial muscle. They are therefore having bigger risks in terms of their adventures in this space. And they don't have necessarily that level of experience in raising the capital that they need. So they really suffer in raising capital. And at the same time, we obviously are looking at appliances that are much more expensive. So usually 5, 6, 7 times more expensive than solar home systems. Therefore, riskier. Therefore, you cannot afford a default rate similar to what solar home system companies have. So you cannot have a 30% default rate in solar water pumps, because then the company is going to be broken, right? So there's a tension in the finance conversation, I think, is happening now, with companies willing and asking for more grant support, more finance support. And consumer finance plays a very important key aspect, specifically for those companies that are still using the traditional last mile agent distribution network, where you just sell individual systems to people, rather than the new businesses or business models of fee-for-service kind of approaches. And so selling a solar water pump without having consumer finance is barely almost impossible, right? Because the farmers they need the installments, they need to pay back, right? Like they don't have the funding they don't have the money in their pockets, so you need that level of pay-go, that level of financial tools, which is different from what we've seen in India. In the case of India, the context is different. The Sub-Saharan African context is more prone to pay-as-you-go models, because the commercial banks and the MFIs are not playing the role for now. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks. And could I ask, Eveline, if you don't mind chiming in, where are you dialed in from today, by the way? Where are you?
I'm in Nairobi.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. I'm just wondering, based on the work you do and some of the innovations you've seen, does that ring true? What's the best way to develop incentives to actually encourage farmers to adopt the processes? Is it solely some of the mechanisms that Carlos identified, or would you add something to the mix?
Yeah, I was reflecting also a little bit when when Carlos was speaking. I think from our experience, so we. So first of all, we kind of have been looking at slightly bigger systems. So these are not necessarily systems that a farmer would purchase, like a cold storage. There's not going to be a farmer, not quickly, that is going to purchase a cold storage. First of all, there's not enough money, but also it's probably going to be empty half of the time. So it just doesn't make too much sense. So then you need to start thinking, I think, in a different approach. You need to be a bit more creative, where you're thinking, can we, is it like, can you work with a farmer cooperative? Can you work with a group? Or in our case, what we did in terms of like business model innovation, what will really unlock the use of such a storage without the farmers needing to take that ownership, but still profiting from it? And I think during the work that we did, we also, we started with that idea. So, okay, let's have a business that unlocks storage at farm gate for farmers, because then they can just do like a pay-as-you-store model, for example. But also here, and this is going to speak to what Ibrahim has been saying, what Carlos has been saying, there is no farmer that is just going to come with their harvest to the storage and put it in there and pay for it without there being any guarantee of a market. And so you kind of have to start then thinking, like, what is the actual problem that you're solving, and how are you going to shape your business model around it? And so we've taken a kind of like slightly different approach, where essentially we're saying, okay, we are off-taking from farmers. The technology is essentially enabling us to do that in the most efficient, in the most professional way, making sure that when we link directly to farmers, to markets, we can pay the farmers more because we have higher quality, we can sell more of their harvest, et cetera, et cetera. So there is kind of like, it's more like a utilization model rather than a consumer financing model. And I would even say, like, really think through what kind of business model that you're putting out there. Like, are you a technology provider, or maybe like even in the case of, and I don't, this is probably not very realistic, but just kind of like turning the business model around. If you are having a solar water pump, you can also actually be, let's say, a tomato off-taker that provides solar water pumps to their contract farmers to stimulate irrigation, and use kind of like part of that sale from those tomatoes that you're making, because they will be producing more tomatoes. Maybe there, in over a few seasons, they can pay back for the solar water pump. But in that case, you're a tomato off-taker, and you're not necessarily a solar water pump provider. So kind of like thinking, being a bit more creative when we're talking about like businesses putting products in the market.
Thanks for that. Well, and on this topic of how best to engage farmers, I think I want to turn back to Ibrahim for a moment. The gentleman who runs the Powering Agriculture campaign for Power for All, he's based in Uganda, and he's a farmer himself. So we're actually quite close to this community as well, and hopefully you and Brian talk at least once in a while. Okay. But I'm wondering, so Ibrahim, there was a very well-known study that IKEA funded, and I believe it was either funding through NDEV or through SNV, that did a multi-country survey of farmers and their orientation towards, again, the poorly named productive use category. And I'm just wondering, maybe if to help sort of bring the crowd along with us, what did you really take away as some of the key findings from that work, and how did you apply it? I remember specifically that there were very, very low awareness numbers across the agricultural community about anything beyond solar water pumps. But there is a whole category of 10 to 15 different kinds of products that would support ag and greater productivity. So maybe just bring those two things together if you could for us. So, the findings real briefly from that report, but then also how do you put it to practice? How do you actually get farmers on the ground engaged and enthusiastic about transforming how they create productivity on their farms?
Thank you very much. One of the key areas that we have identified as being critical to supporting productive use of energy is trying to understand really from the end user point of view. Because most of the end users have a number of challenges that they're affecting. And when you look at the design of the programs, they can maybe focusing on only one technology. For example, maybe if it's irrigation, And sometimes you find that it's beyond just the irrigation because that's more at the production level. And maybe perhaps the end user needs further, maybe cold storage. They also need access to maybe value addition technologies which are not being provided for as part of maybe a program. So we have seen the need to shift away from just also promoting technology, but more or less understanding the ecosystem in which the end user is working, and then trying to then design the right solutions. And also it touches more to do with a lot on the financing, because when you talk about business models, most people think about business models from the perspective of the entrepreneur, because it's more about return on investments and return periods, things that the farmers may not really understand. But you need to also recognize that if they're able to afford, there's a lot of thinking that we need to get money out from other funders to support the energy development. But this is really not what we need to also focus on. We need to understand that internally or locally, this funding is there. We need to just show the farmers where is the value add. For example, if you do irrigation as an example, how much increase in income are you able to generate? But also, in addition to that, are you able to have access to market for that produce? Because just producing many tons of maybe maize or horticulture produce is not enough. We need to see the money coming back to the farmers, and then they're able to make the decision to acquire these products. The other point which I would also try to point to is that when we move away from centralized energy systems, which are mainly grid-based, because that has been the norm for a number of African countries to invest a lot in hydropower development, and also try to use a lot of fossil fuel generated systems to reach the different communities, it's not going to solve the energy problem in Africa. And then it also means that if you look at energy access for productive source of energy, the opportunities will be limited. We need to look at how do we make it more cost effective, because with the grid, it's highly expensive because people are not able to afford the tariffs. First of all, the losses are high, and this is all money that is being paid for by the end user. So we need to unlock the funding and then understand how do we promote decentralized energy systems within the communities. That also creates the sense of ownership for the communities to understand how do I do a simple repair and maintenance, for example, for a solar system that is supporting productive applications. It also adds a lot of value to employment within the communities, because if you also think about the equipment and you talk about only exporting or importing these products, we need to build local markets, because then also it makes it easier to have timely after-sale services. If I'm in Uganda and I need to consult an engineer in India, it may take me days before I have a solution, and farmers are looking at how they can use the machines on a day-to-day basis. So if you're not addressing that issue of timely after-sale services, but also ensuring that there is continuity of service, then it's going to be a challenge for adoption to actually reach the scale that we want to see. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And just so I am looking out regularly into the group here, looking for hands up or microphones being passed, and I'm not seeing anything happening. Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to get the, sorry. Could you, so let me just ask a question and then we'll hear from you in 1 second. So, one of the things I just heard from Abraham was about localization. And I think that's such a great point, because when you think about the entire supply chain of this complex international system, we are spending a lot of our GHG budget flying things, shipping things around, when we could actually focus on localizing and improving productivity and increasing agricultural independence for many other countries. But we do have the International Renewable Energy Agency on our panel today, and I do want to make the point that we're really talking a lot about the Global South, but this is, again, a global supply chain. So, Irina, Ute, given where you sit, I guess I'm curious, what are some of the thinkings, what some of your findings about the kind of policy that might work well in both the Global North and the Global South to, really try to create either more localization or better use of renewable energy? I'm just curious if you could maybe take us up a notch, because we've been really focused on Global South, but this is a global market for food. So what can we do in the global north as well?
Well, yeah, it's kind of difficult to, global north, global south. I mean, it's a very different thing talking about geothermal use in greenhouses in the Netherlands to the productive use issues we're discussing at the moment in, say, in Africa, where we're actually trying to bring energy and add value and everything, which is not what you would be doing in the Netherlands, where you'd really be replacing, you're using renewables to replace fossil fuels. I mean, there are some common policy instruments, of course, for governments to use, and we've already heard, I think you mentioned it, about the Indian solar pumping program, about subsidies. I mean, of course, that's what we've done here in Europe as well, to get renewables into the system in the end-use sectors. We're still having to do it, actually, now, in heating and cooling, for example. But I think there's sort of some other important things, and I mean, it's not sort of about localizing the supply chain, but I think one of the important things is that we don't end up dumping renewable technologies, which are not the best because we don't have certification systems. And that's something we've had to do here in the global north, but it's really important in the global south as well. So that it's one of the important roles governments have to play, and that can be done also, I think, on a regional basis. Often, you're sort of asking about international organizations as well, aren't you? I mean, what are the roles of regional and international organizations in a sector where effectively it has to be local solutions, doesn't it? But I think we can play a role in terms of bringing out some of those best case examples and the lessons learned and bringing people together.
Yeah, did you want to identify yourself, the organization you're with, and then ask away?
Okay, thank you, Christina. I'm Rhea from Energizing Development, and I was here yesterday with Yolanda talking about solar irrigation. And I have a question about market linkages. I'd like to know maybe from Ibrahim or Evelyn what their ideas are about pure business models that improve market linkages. Because yesterday we said again, okay, farmers don't just need solar irrigation, they need better inputs, they need training, but they also need off-takers. They need to know when their production is increased that there's going to be off-taking. Right now it seems like the best models we see is sort of like contract farming. You identify your farmers, you give them the inputs, then you buy their products and you export it. So that's good, but it's not really increasing resilience in the local food markets because those are the cash crops. So it's a cash crop focused kind of model.
Okay, so your question, just to restate it, was?
Okay, right. What other business models do you see where you can integrate, I guess, pure technology into business models that support farmers to get their increased produce to market, but not necessarily maybe just export markets?
Okay, great. So we're going to go to Evelyn first, and then we'll go to Ibrahim. But I just want to clarify one thing for everybody, whether you're online or in the room. So what was just mentioned was the use of the term pure. So that was a term invented by the IKEA Foundation, which stands for the productive use of renewable energy, which is the same but different from PUE, which is the productive use of renewable energy. That's the more sort of common term. I have an issue with all of this branding because I think it makes it impossible for people not in this market to understand what the F we're talking about. But that's for another panel at another time. So Evelyn, if I go ahead and turn to you first to answer that question, and then we'll go to Ibrahim.
Yeah, thank you. I would say, so I hear the question and I understand where it comes from, but I would in the end say that market linkage is market linkage. Like farmers also need local markets. I can see, and it's a little bit like also touching on perhaps incentivizing regenerative agriculture with productive use or appliances. Like I can see where, if you're incentivizing a farmer to farm regeneratively, it means you're gonna, tell them to plant much more crops than just the cash crop. So you want them to be intercropping. They might have like 20 types of crops on their farm. And then of course, like getting to a certain amount, or like getting to the economies of scale where you can easily trade with a market, be it the local food market, or be it or like, semi-local food market, or be it like the bigger markets in the cities, you do still need to aggregate. So also there you can have a storage functionality where you can have all the different kinds of products coming together. You can also have value addition in that sense that can really, like, for example, if you want to, something very important in regenerative agriculture is that you have a lot of pulses and a lot of like nitrogen fixing plants. So if you want to incentivize farmers to do something with that, they also need to have a market for that, or to have some kind of like offtake for that. And this could be a value addition venture where you're processing it into an alternative meat, or you I don't know, you dry mangoes that come from the and you package them. So there's a lot of different ways where it doesn't just benefit the export markets, but also the local market, local food security, and local resilience, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Ibrahim?
Yeah, thanks very much, Raya. I would just add maybe briefly to what Evelyn has just mentioned. What we also need to look into is supporting maybe, again, the local market, because I'll give an example in Uganda, since it's a solution-oriented discussion. One of the key areas we have recognized during our work on dairy is the need to increase on the local consumption of milk, because currently Uganda is not doing very well in terms of the liters that are consumed per year. But we've recognized that maybe schools and pupils really need value addition to their meals in terms of putting milk as part of one of the menus. So we have what we call a school milk program, which has been introduced to create awareness to the parents, but also to create awareness to the community members on the value that drinking milk can add to the nutrition, but also supporting the ecosystem in which the farmers are working. So that has really been very instrumental, because a lot of schools have been able to enroll it, and we've been able to do maybe pilots of 5 schools that maybe later went to 10 schools, and also trying to bring in the government, because some of the issues to do with feeding in school require a lot of policy change and shift. And this meant that also the government comes in to subsidize and maybe speak to the parents and see how they can co-finance this kind of initiative. But we realized that to the farmers that are in the communities where these schools are linked to, for example, farmers who are producing the milk, it adds a lot of value, because some of the students who are going to these schools, actually their own children, or they're in the same community, and before they didn't recognize the value of drinking milk would add to their diet. And through that sensitization, but also the policy and also the political will from the government, has been able to make this better for the companies. And it also comes at a time when in Uganda we are facing a problem with the ban of milk, because of a number of issues happening between the cross-border trades happening between Uganda and Kenya. And you find that the processors actually are left with so much milk that is not sold to the export market. So building local markets through such initiatives can also add value to the whole ecosystem of trying to promote productive use of energy, so that we have the markets that then can support the trade. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come to you in just one second. And we are quickly running out of time, but I do need to get one question off to the money in the room. Look, I mean, everything takes money, right? It takes money to transform a market, and it takes money to build a market. And this whole panel is about how do we do that in a sustainable way with a very particular point of view. And, there's a lot of learnings we've had in the energy access sector, right? 15 years ago, when so many of our companies were starting out, just focus on those first connections, which is still a very crucial piece of the puzzle. And it feels like so much much money is now interested in supporting concepts like the modern energy minimum and, you know, the bigger connections and all of that. But oftentimes, you know, especially when we look at the amount of energy actually needed by an individual farmer, it's quite different. And in many cases, we're talking about products and technologies that will also provide the first connection for some of these people. So I just would love to hear from Yolanda, you know, speaking both as herself and as in her role at the IKEA Foundation, about how do we deal with this? And let me just footnote that by saying, part of the reason I am so intense about figuring out a better way to talk about this category of productive use of energy is because we need to be a better friend to ourselves and speak in a way that can get more climate money into this sector. And when we use nomenclature that nobody understands, how are we going to get it funded? So just a little bit of a rant, but I think it's well-intentioned, and I'd love for Yolanda to kind of bring us back to earth about, you know, how do we deal with these sort of almost competing areas, right? Where you've got people wanting to just get tons of money to do giant connections for somebody's first connection, and then we've got an over-electrified situation. You know, and maybe you want to talk about how do we get more climate funders interested in this category?
Well, thanks for this very simple question, Christina. And, I will try my best to answer it. But I'm with you when, I mean, I don't really mind what label we put on it, right? For us, it's important that we look at the end users and what we want to achieve. So if we look at people, for example, farmers in this case, we want to make them resilient, improve their livelihoods. I mean, that's an end goal. How we get there doesn't really matter. Amory Lovins always said it nicely, like people want a hot shower and a cold beer. Doesn't really matter how that's being delivered, right? We can actually project the same kind of thinking on this as well. We, of course, at IKEA Foundation, we provide catalytic grant funding. There's only so much of that, so we need to spend it very carefully and make sure that we actually get those others on the room. So, in a way, I always feel like proud that I see like, okay, we've been contributing to this energy of productive use of how we want to call this quite a bit, but on the other hand, I mean, I would love to see that there's also much more money in this room, right? So how do we get there? It's not an easy thing, but I mean, there's more and more attention for that nexus as well of these topics. So like energy climate, even this forum, they changed the name. If we look at a report that came out yesterday actually for the Global Alliance of the Future of Food, they speak about that industrial food systems actually use 15% of the fossil fuels. So there's a strong link of actually, you know, decarbonize those systems as well. And even if we look at COP, for example, food reform is on the table currently. So there is more interest in it. And if energy can be that enabler in order to get there, I think we should talk about it smartly, not worry about the labels that we put it on, but really think about who are we doing it for and collectively work towards that. Because I do get your point about, you know, competing minds, and I do get the reality that organizations need to be able to run their offices in order to do their work, right? But it would sometimes be really refreshing if we can just get all together in a room, try to tackle a topic, and each and every one of us fulfill the rules or the roles that we're good at.
Yeah, thanks for that. We're quickly running out of time. Let's see what we can get in here, please. If you would identify yourself, your organization, and your question, and who should answer it.
Thank you. My name is Boo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ibris, a solar irrigation company based in Senegal. I wanted to share two experiences. The first one is on the local manufacturing and the localization topic. Localization without good policy is a big issue. One of the experience I had in 2010. We've set up a manufacturing company to make solar panels in Senegal. And 3 years later, we shut down with an investment of 6 million euro. The reason was mostly the Chinese dumped the price at the time. And when you go to the US, they put an anti-dumping tariff for up to 300% sometime for panels imported from China. And this was not the case in Senegal. We was forced to shut down the company. So localization is good, local manufacturing, but without good policy, it's a big issue.
We do need to get to the question. I'm so sorry. We have 5 minutes left, and I got another question over here.
Okay. Yeah. The question will come to the scaling. What we're doing actually on the solar irrigation side. We've launched 2 years ago, eBreeze, and doing solar irrigation, we've been able to deliver around 1,000 units to smallholder farmers. And actually, it's a matter of scale, but we're using consumer financing as a model. So the question is today for those panelists, what are the solutions out there to help those local companies scale and make bigger impact? Yeah.
Okay, so the question was generally about how do you help local companies scale. Let me see what Henok's question is, if you wouldn't mind, and let's see if we can get these two somehow integrated together. You're going to have to be brief, my friend.
Definitely. She heard me talking the other day.
I've known you for a few years.
True again. No, I'll be very direct. I come from the Horn of Africa. 1 in 7 people living under $2.15 live in that region. A key enabler for them is distributed energy. And we're all talking about projects. And these projects and these pilots that we all run, how do they actually end up being solutions for the farmers, for the small businesses, in a sense of urgency? Because I feel like this whole conference, I'm not sensing urgency. All the money in this room, by the way, I made this point already, there's too much money that's spelled out in the headlines we don't see on the ground. But even if that money comes, even if the money in the room throws every dollar in the region, it's not going to be enough. We need to unlock the local financing. One of our pilots, I can get into the point, in irrigation, cost 160,000 Ethiopian birr to implement. Less than a year into it, the farmer is able to increase his revenue from 190,000 to 690. This is 3x, more than 3x. That's fundable. That returns to the farmer. And that is the basis for a lender to lend as well. Why aren't we talking about scaling it up? We are not going to solve the problem. The countries, the ecosystem, the local actors are going to solve it. So my question is, how do we get there? Sorry, I still took longer than I wanted.
That's okay. All right, we're going to have to land this plane pretty quickly. So let's see how we can put these two questions together, and maybe we'll just go down the line for the panel. Everybody can take a quick shot, and I mean quick. So long story short, there was a question about how do we get essentially out of pilot-itis, right? And how do we create some urgency here? And so that's a bit of a communications and sort of strategy approach. And then a question about, how do we help farmers scale? Once they adopt these technologies, how do we, again, sort of connecting to the urgency here, get a rapid return and rapid change in this energy transition for agriculture we're speaking of. So, Eveline, just because I can see you in the mirror, I didn't know if you could tell that's how I'm looking at you. But why don't you take a quick shot at that, and then we're just going to go down the line, but it has to be quick.
I mean, I think I can be quite quick because I'm a little bit on the side of the people asking the questions. So yes, I'm looking forward to the answers. But I think a lot of it has to also do with policy. We need and with banks getting on board and understanding and seeing the data and the evidence that they can put down money also. So local financing, yeah.
Yeah.
They have nothing better.
Thank you, Ute.
Political leadership, we all struggle at the moment to see why we're not acting on climate. I mean, how much more obvious can it be? And the same in this area. I think it needs to come from within the countries affected, though, in terms of coming together in coalitions. I mean, it shouldn't be us here from Irina or whoever. I mean, it needs to come from Africa, for example, people coming together. And I hope we'll hear something at COP on this issue.
Yeah. Thanks, Carlos.
Yeah, maybe replying to the gentleman from Senegal. Within Gogla, we have certain services and initiatives that could benefit a company like yours, including we are starting to launch now pay-as-you-go perform metrics for productive uses of energy. So if you're working with pay-as-you-go, you may be interested in that one. We want to sort of understand the performance metrics that financiers later on need to look at, to provide finance for companies like yourself. The other is the Elevate program. We have a program that works with locally owned small companies on the ground in Africa, providing a bit of like technical assistance and accompaniment. So that's, 2 options that you have. And quickly. Yeah, done. Okay, done.
Yolanda?
Oh, that was very quick, actually. No,
I've also known Carlos for a long time.
Yeah. I started to get to know Carlos also. So it's no, I mean, in general, at IKEA Foundation, we keep on sounding like this broken record. We keep on pushing for the end user needs as a starting point and putting it central to all the work that we do. But at the same time, also moving away from only technology as a solution, right? It needs to have like an ecosystem to thrive, which is a local one built on local knowledge. And local entrepreneurship. I mean, the first thing that I usually see when I visit the field, there's so much entrepreneurial spirits going on there. We should really build on that. I mean, people know exactly what they want. They just need a little help in order to get there sometimes. So perhaps from a funder's point of view, it might be really good if we challenge ourselves as well to look at, this kind of projectitis, as you call it.
Pilotitis.
Pilotitis, yes, it's probably a similar kind of approach. But I mean, look at more longer term perspectives and also, look at the longer term impacts that you want to achieve and then work backwards to how you can actually measure coming towards that rather than having that as your final outputs.
Thank you. Ibrahim?
Yeah, I'll speak to the point by Hanok. Mainly, we need to build the capacity of the financiers because one thing is to develop the good business models. But if the people who are funding this money are not aware of the opportunities, but also the kind of scale we can reach, then it becomes a bit of a difficult area to go to. But also, if you look at Africa, maybe as an example, there's a lot of growth in the digital economy. So with the mobile phone penetration, for example, in Uganda, it stands at about 65%. And when you look at the number of transactions which are actually happening in mobile phones, it's really huge potential to look at how do you untap the local funding, because most of the financial institutions are not able to reach the underserved communities, but with mobile phone penetration, we're able to look at opportunities to unlock this financing. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are a few minutes over time. I was supposed to wrap things up with a big finish, but we don't have time for the big finish. So, but I do want to say that the sort of threads that at least I heard from this conversation had a lot to do with localization, had a lot to do with incentives that can really help support building a market, and the need to be very customer-centric. Which all of these things, the customer-centric approach is something that the decentralized renewable energy community has always been well known for and gotten right. And a lot of times that's a level of customer engagement and one-to-one understanding that doesn't exist from traditional forms of installed generation. But it has to start somewhere. And the fact that we are all here today, unified on this topic and learning things today, taking away some messages about what's critical is I think, a step in the right direction. Power for All recently released a call for an energy transition for agriculture, meaning the entire system, trying to get the entire chain moved off of the 80% of its fuel that comes from fossil fuels and trying to get more into the actual way to create a sustainable system that is regenerative, which is really powered by the sun, the water, the actual inputs we need from this glorious place we live called Earth. So thank you so much for being part of our discussion. Thanks to our panelists, and go forth. Cheers.